All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Peter. Good morning, Eamon. How are you guys doing today?
Morning. Yeah, doing okay. I'm hungry today because I was running a little late this morning. So, while Eamon does some of his stuff, I'm going to be listening intently and enjoying my prepared. Look at this.
Looks so healthy.
Egg cheese on bagel. Oh, I'm not sure how healthy it is, but it's delicious.
A healthy breakfast. I mean, that was sarcastic, so yeah.
Anyways, all right. So I got something to look forward to while we're talking here. But Eamon, how are you doing today? How's the avocado?
Well, I'm doing great. It's one of these days where the market hasn't opened yet, so technically we're still green.
Yeah, we are, and
that seems like somehow that feels like a negative way of looking at life. But okay, yes, you are. So.
Yes, indeed. All right, friends, let's take a quick look at our gap. This is brought to you by TradingTerminal.com, and as you can see here, again, a lot of things on both sides of the field. More in the green, of course, with the SPY hitting all-time highs, and just everything continuing to move higher and higher. So looking forward to see what tickers we can.
Record, aren't we?
Oh yeah. All-time highs.
So boring. All-time highs. All the time.
I'm just gonna, like I said before, I'm just gonna tell you when it's not all-time highs. You just assume it is all-time highs. I mean, it is just incredible. But this market is it's just moving higher and higher. And again, we got some positive news yesterday. If you guys saw from the SPY, a potential deal. Did anything else come out of that? I haven't looked at any news this morning. I just woke up and came here to you guys. So I don't know if there's anything new. Has Trump agreed to the deal that's supposedly at his desk? Have you guys heard anything?
Nothing yet. Yeah, nothing yet.
Nothing yet? Okay. All right. So we'll wait to see how that plays out. But if you notice here, the SPY doing some stuff this morning. Great pop yesterday, and we'll see how that continues. So we'll dissect this list, guys, in just a second. But before we get to that, let's go to our Thursday in 60 seconds. And friends, yesterday, by the way, we did hit 500 likes, and we were able to give away a funded account. So I have another giveaway today I would love to do. Is going to be a 1-month elite membership, right? And if you're a member already, we will extend your membership for another month, right? So make sure you hit that like button. This applies to everybody. I would love to give it away. I can't take it into next week. It's one per week, so it's either use it or lose it. We'd love to give that out to you guys. So let's hit that thumbs up very early, and I'll try to remind you throughout the show to make sure that we can actually hit that goal. All right, let's take it to Eamon. Thursday in 60 seconds, my friends.
All right, guys. So first of all, let's start with the boring part. Yesterday, we hit record highs again. And now we can get to the interesting part. Woo, record highs. Yeah. So the most interesting part came after the close. DELL. I mean, it was shocking. This was not just a normal earnings beat. The revenue crashed expectations, earning crashed expectations, and a big number was the AI servers. AI optimized server demand exploded, and that's the important part because DELL is not NVDA. It's not the same company. They're not doing the exact same thing. DELL is basically the next layer of the AI trade. NVIDIA sells the chips, but DELL sells the servers and the infrastructure that help those chips actually get used. So the market got a very clear message. AI demand is not staying inside NVIDIA. It's not staying inside the chips companies. It's spreading into the whole infrastructure chain like servers, storage, data centers, enterprise spending. And that's why DELL ripped after hours. The market wanted proof that the AI build-out is still real, and DELL gave us that proof. The next thing yesterday that was interesting was PCE inflation, still hot, nothing new here, but it was not a disaster. The yearly number is still too high, but the monthly core number was not as scary as it could have been. So the market can live with it for now, and AI stories can keep dominating. It's not a clean inflation story, but like I said, it was not bad enough to kill this rally. We also had the Iran news slightly in a better direction. Negotiators reached a 60-day agreement framework, but it still needs Trump's approval, which is probably coming. And once it comes, you know what happens. Market rallies and we get new highs again. Again, boring news, right? You know what's interesting? The market doesn't dump on bad news, but whenever we get news, it acts like rocket fuel, and we make all-time highs again and again. That's actually amazing. I mean, we've seen that over and over and over. Anyway, getting back to it, with these headlines, oil is a little bit dropped in price, but the deal is not fully done yet, and that keeps the market hopeful, but still, it's headline sensitive. We had another thing, Costco. We had useful consumer read. The report was mixed, but the important part is that the shoppers are still showing up. They still have money, and the sales were strong. Not only just the grocery sales, it's digital sales, gas volume record. So people are still spending, and apparently the consumer still has a lot of money. But there were some numbers that came out that there are less savings in consumers' pockets. So probably the consumers are spending the money, the savings that they had. So anyway,
YOLO, baby.
Anyways, so that's it about yesterday. Let's go to what to expect today. So today is all about follow through. We already got the big headline yesterday about DELL, and you will hear a lot of DELL on me today. I think it's interesting. We did not pay a lot of attention to this stock, but it's going to be one of these stocks that will keep hearing and trading within the next few days or maybe the next few weeks. So the question now is simple. Does the regular market believe the move? Because Dell was up 39% after hours, and that's massive for a company this size. And the reason, like we said, is obvious. AI server demand was huge. This is important because it tells us these AI investments are spreading so much beyond the chips, beyond NVDA, beyond AMD, beyond Intel. So if Dell holds most of this move today, this is a very strong signal. It means the market is not just chasing chip companies anymore, it's buying the whole AI infrastructure chain. But obviously, if Dell fades, that tells us something else. The market may love the story, but the stock moved too far, too fast. Second thing today that we need to keep an eye on is oil and Iran. Oil already dropped because traders are betting that the US and Iran are getting closer to a deal, but the deal still needs Trump's approval. So today is not about the first headline anymore, it's more about confirmation. If Trump signs or gives positive comments, the oil can stay under pressure, and that helps the market overall. Lower oil helps consumers, retailers, airlines, shipping. I mean, it helps the market. It gives us healthier market. But if he delays or maybe adds some conditions or sounds less confident, oil can bounce quickly. That's obviously the risk. And again, I don't think it's going to stop the market rally, but it's still something. And finally, the consumer. The University of Michigan sentiment number came in weak. And this is important because it keeps showing the same split. Wall Street feels good, stocks at record highs, and AI names are repeating. But the average consumer still does not feel great because gas is expensive, food is expensive, confidence is still weak. So even if the market is strong, the consumer story is not clean. And remember, guys, to the end of the month, that means that we may see some weird moves that are not really about fundamentals. After huge runs in AI names, some funds may want to rebalance. Some might want to take some profits. So not every dip today means that the market is setting up for a pullback. It's probably just profit taking. So that's it on what to expect today. Now back to Peter and Carlos, and we'll get to you with the feature story sometime mid-show.
All right. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. All right. Before we jump into some things, I see Peter's holding up some credit cards that he wants us to see his account number on. But he's done a good job of blocking them.
Cards. I'm ready to buy. Let's spend, man. You only live once. YOLO. Let's go, man. Costco.
Costco.
I need a 96 pack of toilet paper. I need 8 tons of dog food, and I need a bag of chips bigger than my car. Let's go. Buy stuff.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think also too, like I saw this a while back where people feel they're wealthier when their houses have a lot more equity, right? And clearly, I mean, I look at my only got 2 properties, right? I'm sure people have more and they probably are living life, but you could see, okay, there's some good earnings in the last 2-3 years, so maybe that's allowing people to feel a certain way, although they don't have that liquid cash and charging credit cards. Like I read something like which they try to do the comparison, but yeah, I'm with you, Peter. The credit card transactions are higher, consumer debt is higher, so we're buying, but not buying healthy. Looks
You
like.
only have 2 properties? I mean, heck, I only have 1.
Okay, that sounded wrong.
Some people don't have even one.
Nah, I
Some
hate
people don't
sounding
have
like
even
that.
one
Nah,
property.
I gotta watch what I
just 2
say.
properties. I'm kind of.
And with that, friends, we're gonna go straight to the U.S. economic calendar with Peter. Peter, what we got for today?
Yeah, poor Carlos. Your mic is doing the weird choppy thing there, Carlos.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah. Anyways, guys, look, there's a lot of stuff on the calendar, but there's really not much of interest. If you go through this list, it's just a lot of fluff. We got a number of Fed speakers that are out there today. It looks like they're doing some sort of international tour because Kashkari was speaking at 2 a.m. Must be overseas, right? Because I doubt he's doing a North American-based speech in the middle of the night, unless it's with a hood and a torch or something. But which I doubt. I feel like I just got myself in trouble. Anyways, look, none of this is stuff that normally the market cares about. Retail inventories, good trades balance, even the Chicago PMI, that's maybe our best number, 945. That number is going to come out. I can't see the market really reacting to that. But, and then, of course, it's Friday, which means on Friday, we always get sort of the oil information, right? The rig count, the oil inventories, that stuff comes out, but not really. I mean, the market has ignored that stuff forever. So I think 9:45 is the only time we really have to pay attention. I'll let you know when the goods trade bounce comes out, if it moves the market. Most of it hasn't recently, so I don't expect it to today, but we'll see what happens. So that's what we got. Lots of stuff, nothing of note.
All right, there you go, friends. So we'll see. I think the bigger thing is, like Eamon said earlier today, is seeing if any more news breaks out the Strait of Hormuz, and see how that plays out. Now, here, friends, our gappers list clearly heavily in play with some big numbers gapping up this morning. Allox, I don't think I've ever seen that ticker before, up 112%. REPL, 68%. And the one we're going to definitely be looking at closely today after earnings last night, DELL, and Peter will have all those numbers and everything for you in just a second. But let's do the top 2, and then we'll get right to that. I'm getting so much crap for this comment. In all fairness, one is my house, which my family lives in, and the other one is a condo I bought years ago that my parents actually live in, right? So it's it's not like like I have a mansion in East Hampton or something. It's not the case. So it's more humbling than what you think.
Sure.
Oh,
it's
boy,
still
oh,
2
boy.
properties. It doesn't change.
Oh,
It's still
my
2
goodness.
properties.
Okay.
I only have 2 small buildings, It's
Oh, jeez. I was thinking of people like my brother. He has like 5, right? Wish he rents them out. I think of people that have a lot more than us here. Us 3 together. Okay. let's go to the OLOX.
Move on, Carlos.
Let me just stop talking about that. I'm just digging myself more into a hole. All right, let's go to I can't even speak right now. OLOX. This is up 120%. Olenex Industry is the name of the ticker. And right now we are gapping up 120% there. 14 million shares traded. It is a tiny flow, actually. I'm just looking at that now. 500,000. Am I reading that correct? 0.55. That is pretty low, Peter. So again, clearly in play, which I gotta say, we have seen a lot more low floats in play lately than we've seen in the past. Like I think yesterday we had like 5 on the list, and actually some of them look pretty good. This one looks good today, but let's see what the news is behind it.
Yeah, I'm confused as to why this is gapping up so much. It should be gapping down, I would think. There's something weird going on. So the news I've got is that the NASDAQ has served them with a delinquency notice over missing their 10K filing, and they have to respond by June 22nd or be delisted. So,
that
sounds really bad. But they also then have some news sitting in the background that they just got a $30 million contract. Oh no! So they just closed an acquisition, a $30 million acquisition of CS Digital Ventures, which adds 35 megawatts of data center capacity to their portfolio. So I guess people don't care about don't care about the paperwork. You might not have filed your 10K and you might be delisted, but in the meantime, you got a new contract. Let's double your stock price. God, this market is just entertaining, isn't it? That's amazing. Anyways, okay. Yeah, like you said, this is a very small company, a company with only 3 million in sales and less than 1 million shares in the float. So this is a low float wonder. If you're interested, then go for it. I mean, what does it trade? Yeah, normally trades under 1 million shares. We have 15 million shares traded so far. So I feel like people are just saying, what the heck, right? Let's just make anything move. And this is like, they've got a story, so let's make it move. Who cares about if it makes sense or not? Well, let's just drive this one nuts today. Sure, let's have some fun.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure about this one, but popcorn for sure. I mean, it's up 115%. So maybe our popcorn ticker.
It's a popcorn stock.
And that news is definitely somewhat interesting to see how that's going to play out. Next one on here is also up pretty big, 72%, and just got going a few minutes ago. These are 5-minute charts. If you look at it here around 7:30, you can see the pop all the way from 4 to about 680. Now going towards 835 is the high of the pre-market. So Peter just got going within that time. 8.8 million shares traded and climbing pretty fast here. So definitely in play. What's the latest and greatest on this one? Also a lower, actually not that low of a flow. 76 million is actually respectable. So Peter, what's the latest and greatest?
Yeah, interesting story here. So Replimune, this is a biotech called Replimune Group. And they're one of their key products, I guess, is supposed to address advanced melanoma. And they had apparently a very good meeting with the FDA, where the FDA encouraged them to resubmit their application for this Replimune, and that the FDA will treat it as urgent. So somebody deserves a raise out of this, because they did a good job of having a very positive conversation about pushing this thing forward. So anyways, they issued a statement, said, "We were very grateful to the FDA leadership for their willingness to engage in a collaborative dialogue towards finding a meaningful path for their RP1 product." So it's like the key product the whole company is based off when it's called RP1, company name and one after it, right? Like, this is it. This either works or the company fails. Anyways, but so the fact that the FDA has agreed to not only look at it but address it as urgent is big news. And like you said, Carlos, technically, I suppose this is not a low float, but we've got to treat it like it's a low float today. Up 66%, 9 million shares traded, which is above it. It trades decent volume on an average day, 6.5 million or so. But it's in play today. So yeah, it's another popcorn possible stock.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the daily, man. This thing was back in April was at a 145. Is what I'm kind of guesstimating here. And look at the recovery over into May. So it definitely is trying to come back to where it came from. It dropped heavily in April, and now trying to do something. So if you guys like it, put it in play. It clearly is in play. I'm going to skip on it for now, but great thing about this community, if you guys see something great, say something. We could take a look at it if things are setting up with a possible opportunity. Here is DELL. DELL this morning, obviously the top story today, up 32%, friends. 2.8 million shares traded. Look at this daily since March. DELL has been again just slowly climbing and just doing very well. And we've seen this a lot with these not direct chip tickers, but people that are on the sidelines and somehow are just getting involved in the party a little bit later, but joining the all-time high AI situation here. So, Peter, give us the latest and greatest on Dell and how well they did yesterday.
Did Dell have some news? What's going on with Dell?
They had earnings yesterday.
I'm kidding. I mean, oh my God.
Come
yes,
on,
Dell,
Peter.
Dell took. Gotcha.
Eamon was about to have a heart attack. Like
I was
Eamon,
about to Peter, what was in your sandwich? What did you eat? What did you eat?
no, I think I even saw the avocado starting to look over. Like the eyes on this avocado
exactly.
here started to
See,
roll
yeah,
over and look at the
back
camera.
Buggy.
Like
All right,
what's going on?
Dell took over the market last night. Everybody was looking at it and expecting decent results, but they did a great job. They managed to keep it quiet until they released the data and then blew the doors off of it. Overachieved on all revenue figures, increased their guidance significantly. They announced that it's almost all due to AI server orders, over $24.4 billion worth of AI server orders alone. And they announced over a $51 billion backlog. So basically they're saying we have got orders for days, orders for years, in fact, sitting here in the books. And you know, that's great news. That's of course over and above, or at least in addition to their normal business, right? Which is more, you know, the boring infrastructure and servers and, you know, stuff that frankly the market doesn't like to reward. So all you have to do is say you've got, you know, AI data center support right now, and you are a hot commodity. And Dell seems to be leading the pack. Like we said, it's amazing to me how much they've moved. And like Eamon said, you know, this is not, I mean, this is more of a, they're treated like a more traditional bricks and mortar type business, right? So for them to essentially have made the leap just over the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 days into this stratified territory in this rarefied air, right, that we've put these semiconductor chips in, is actually pretty significant. Now, you know, the trick will be, can they stay here? You know, they're up 34% right at the moment, as Eamon pointed out. They were up almost 40% earlier this morning. I mean, this is a big jump. You just have to look at a daily. I mean, look at that. Like, you know, and this is not a small stock. So, I mean, it's not a stock as big as an NVIDIA. Let's face it. I mean, their market cap is tiny compared to an NVIDIA, only about, you know, 8% or something of an NVIDIA, but it's still impressive for Dell to have moved this far. So it's in play. We've got to watch it. You know, the news was great. However, we just got to be careful. Don't assume that this thing is just destined to go higher at the open. I don't know where it's going to go, because we have to find out what is the big money? Where do the deep pockets feel? Do they feel this is overdone? Is this a profit-taking opportunity? Are they going to move it back to what they feel is a more reasonable level? Or are they going to continue the good times? I don't know, but I am going to have an eye on it for sure. Just, if nothing else, I got to find out what happens.
Yeah, absolutely, friends. Dell going on the list today. We'll watch it closely and see what opportunities we can get after such a blockbuster performance yesterday on earnings. All right, let's take a look at what else is next here. We have MX this morning. MX, this is Magna Chip Semi. What is this? Semiconductor? I don't think we heard of this one.
Yep. No,
but
never heard of it.
Yeah, never heard of it, but it's a semiconductor, probably because it's been under $5, at least for the short period of time here all this year. So usually anything under $5, not going to hit our gappers list, and we normally don't look at it. But today they're climbing above that, up 20%. The pre-market action doesn't look all that exciting. 762,000 shares traded, and they are a 26 million shares flow. So a little bit on the lower side. Again, never heard of these guys, don't know what they do, but they're here today. I'm not sure with that low float, probably won't be on my list. But it looks like although they're a lower flow stock, they're trading very steady. Like, you're not seeing any huge spikes or out of control. These seems very steady as they go higher here.
This is an AI, another one of these AI sort of component suppliers, right? They're doing some of the infrastructure work, providing AI servers. And Carlos, I will bet money that there is a marketing guy going into a CEO's office over at Magnachip saying, I told you that marketing money would pay off. So they presented at the PCIM Europe 2026 conference and demonstrated their new MV MOSFET mid-power servers, and it got people excited. So I don't know anything about these servers other than apparently they had an excellent presentation, and the market is rewarding them with a 20% stock increase. So whoever said I want to spend money in this and get a booth is going and saying, see, I told you. Look at all the money I've made you. So they're having a good day. Will it continue to be tradable? I don't know. I mean, they normally only trade 2.5 million shares. Yeah, it's in play, but we've got 700,000 shares traded. It's not enough compared to some of these other things, especially, that I think it's going to sort of grab enough attention to keep going. So for me, it's a no, unfortunately. As excited as I'm sure those marketing guys are.
There you go. All right, friends, continuing here on our gap up list this morning. Again, there's a ton and things are shifting around here. Look at all the stocks above 10% this morning. Just almost half of the list. Yeah, about half of the list is up more than 10%. Maybe it's a little bit less than that, maybe 75% or something. I don't know. But just incredible. Let's look at the next one here. Is going to be ASTC this morning. We are up 21%. This continues. We saw this yesterday. Let's see how well it traded. They have a drop. I remember seeing that. And then later in the afternoon, early afternoon, a lot of things started just running. And we're talking in chat here. I mean, I had a red day, about 2.5 hours lost yesterday, man. And I called it a day 11. And it would have been so easy to come back here and seeing all the stocks run up. So easy to say, hey, you know what? Let's take a trade. We'll make our money back. But I didn't, thankfully, because you got to keep your losses small. We talk about this a lot in P Capital, in Bear with Traders, in all our education, risk management courses. Keeping your losses small is critical. So, guys, if you're new to day trading, as we're ending the month, maybe you're thinking about going live on your funded account next month, thinking about opening your own account next month. I cannot stress enough how important risk management is, right? So be very, very careful with that. Here it is, ASTC, Peter, rocking again today, up 20%. This time as high as 41. There's no slowing down this train.
I know. I feel like they're going to have to, do something to follow on the initial act. I mean, people are just so excited. I feel like the momentum is just continuing. They've got nothing new, right? They only made that one announcement 3 days ago now, that they're planning to build a chip fabrication plant on the moon, or at least the board has said, let's look into doing that. Again, no indication they have any ability to do this thing, but so far the market doesn't care. So at some point, it's virtually guaranteed this thing is going to come back down. However, virtually guaranteed, but not perfectly guaranteed, right? And that's the problem. But who knows how far it can go until then. I am surprised that we're on day 3 of even having this on the list. So who knows?
Definitely putting it on a popcorn ticker here this morning, friends. We'll be watching it here.
I should add volumes dropping. That's usually a clear sign that the top is coming, right? It's hard to borrow, so it's not even shortable. So there's nothing I can do about it other than watch, right? But I mean, look at the volume. The big day, of course, was 3 days ago when we had 146 million shares traded, compared to its normal volume. Keep in mind, its normal volume, 30,000 shares. 30,
you can't even see it. Like it's not even. You can't even see the bars. Like, where are they?
So
they're gone.
It went from trading 30. Like literally the day before, it traded 73,000, and that was a huge day, right? So anyways, then it went from 73,000 to 146 million shares. Yesterday, it traded 48 million shares, which is a big number, but 100 million less than the day before. So today, if we continue that trend, we'll be trading a couple of million shares, and that's probably when it can start to free fall. But I said there's nothing I can do. I can't even trade the short, even if I wanted to, because it's hard to borrow. So we can just watch and wait. And who knows? Maybe they'll have a second act, right? Maybe they'll come out with some I don't know, space robots, or I don't know, they'll have a deal with SpaceX or something. Who knows what they've got, up their sleeves. But, unless they do, I've got to imagine this thing's going to drop. So
Yeah, 100%. Friends, let's go to our U.S. economic calendar to see what has come out as far as numbers, and then Jav's going to be kicking it off here in just a second, getting ready for engineering the market.
Yeah, so like I said, not a lot of data coming out today. As you can see, we did have the two numbers. The retail inventories came out 0.6%, pretty much the same as the previous number, so nothing to see there. The goods trades balance, it's seen as a positive number. So this is basically the balance of imports versus exports, and it shows that the U.S. continues to import a lot more than they're exporting because it's always a negative balance, but it's been that way for decades. And the fact that it was slightly lower than forecast is good. But, the market just says, yeah, that's what we expect. So, it's all good. Business as usual, I feel. So, we'll just continue along our way. 9:45, like I mentioned earlier, is the next checkpoint. So we'll come back and see what that Chicago PMI number tells us.
All right, thank you so much, Peter. Friends, we'll leave it with Jared engineering the markets, and we will come back to you guys a little bit later. Take care.
J-Rad. Go, Jared.
There you go.
All right.
Friends, we also have Spot Gamma joining us later today at 10 o'clock, so be on the lookout for that. They're going to come talk to us a little bit about their product and the stuff that they do and how to use their systems to be able to trade better, or at least look at the markets in a different way. They've been with us here before, and again, they're great at what they present. I know a few members in our community. I know Jared uses them quite a bit. There's a few members in our community and moderators that do use that product. So looking forward to having him on later at 10. All right, continuing here. Actually, we'll probably stop here. I'm gonna add ASTC, Peter, to my popcorn list, because I think their daily is interesting. I don't think it's tradable, right? They're hard to borrow, like you mentioned. I don't think it's tradable, but I do want to see, like you said, where is this going? Especially now with so little volume. Are we just gonna start crashing down here? I want to see how the music ends and where everyone ends up here. So I will put it on a secondary list.
You just want to watch the world burn, eh, Carlos?
I want to be by the bar when the lights turn on at the club and see who looks like what. And we'll you don't want to be that late in the bar. You don't want to be last call. You want to be gone before that. But last call and lights come on is like, oh. Or you might be very happy. We just don't know. But we'll be around for that. All right, friends. Peter, as far as the gap up, what do you like this morning?
Well, we've already talked about DELL, and how could we not? So that's top of the list. And the whole semiconductor market, by the way, is on the rise. It's interesting to see DELL as the catalyst, really, to have raised everything. I like, it doesn't matter, pick any one, whether you like Micron or NVIDIA or AMD, or heck, even go SMCI if that's what you like. They're all moving higher today. Even some of the other infrastructure companies, that have, because they all sort of have mutually invested in each other. HPE, I noticed, is on our list. Not one that we normally look at. This is HP Enterprise, but they sort of they've got partnerships with Dell, and they're another infrastructure provider. And look at their stock. I mean, look at all their tiny little daily candles, and then wham, they're up. They're up 12% at the moment, and we're up as high as about 15% a little bit earlier. So they're having a good day here this morning as well. So I think I think it's a safe play to pick any of these infrastructure type companies. It feels like there's money looking for places to go. So maybe it'll find a home in the stock that you're looking at. Oracle's on the list. IBM's on the list. ServiceNow. They're all there, so you can sort of pick whichever one you want. So I think that's my general read is stick with the internet AI infrastructure companies. That seems to be the hot ticket for this Friday.
Yeah, this Friday and almost every day in the last who knows how many months. I mean, this is what it is, guys. This is what it is, and hopefully we can continue to take advantage of it today with DELL leading the way this morning. All right, let's get to our feature story of the day, guys. 8:35. Let's go there, and then we'll come back and look at the gap down list, see what else we can pick off from that list there.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, now we can.
Yep.
Thank you. My microphone was just simply on mute. All right, guys. So let's go to the featured story. And obviously the featured story for today is Dell. Dell just gave the market one of the biggest AI infrastructure reports of the year. And like we said, it was not just a normal and a small beat, uh, because Wall Street expected somewhere around $35 billion in revenue, but Dell printed $44 billion in revenue. And that's not small amount of money, but at the same time, it's not a small surprise, because Dell is totally different business than NVDA and the chip companies, right? It's AI servers, and these AI optimized server revenue, it jumped around 750% year over year to around $16 billion dollars. And this is the number that matters. And we mentioned this earlier in the show. Dell is NVIDIA, their business is different. NVIDIA sells chips, but Dell sells the servers that hold those chips. It connects them, cool them, and put them into data centers. So when Dell beats like this, it tells us that the AI investing is spreading across the whole AI infrastructure companies. Because it's not only one chip company, not only two chip company anymore. It's money everywhere. Money in the servers, money in the storage, money in the networking data centers, and that's honestly healthy for the market. When everything is only revolved around NVIDIA, Intel, AMD, maybe some of the or a few handful companies, it's one thing. But when it's spreading, that's actually good and healthy for the market. Dell used to be seen as just a mature PC company, and now the market looking at Dell as one of the main infrastructure names in the AI build out. And it's a big shift. The other interesting part, by the way, is the government angle. Dell Federal Systems is tied to almost $10 billion Pentagon software agreement for Microsoft licenses and cloud services. So Dell is not only selling into private AI demand, it's also becoming more important in the government technology infrastructure, and that's a good thing. So if you want to put it in simple words, you could say that Dell went from boring hardware name to maybe an AI infrastructure win. And numbers are real, demand is real, stock move is huge, and the only thing that we need to see today is Dell holding around this area where it's sitting at right now. And let me double check. I think it's sitting around $424 right now. I think if we keep sitting above $400 area, that would be amazing to see, because if it dumps, traders might think that it was already overbought, it was already overgrown. But if it holds above $400 for today, I think the future perspective is going to be huge, and it will tell us that this AI boom is not staying inside chip companies alone. Let's go to the social pulse. So the social pulse, the debate today is simple. Like we said, inflation is still hot. PCE yesterday came in at 3.8%, and on the same day, the S&P and Nasdaq hit the high records. So the question is, why is the market not more scared? The bull case is that the earnings are growing faster than inflation, and it makes sense, right? Because if you take a look at Dell, the AI server demand exploded, and if you take a look at NVIDIA, it's still growing massively. I mean, take a look at Snowflakes as well. Strong growth, big AWS deal, and the stock also ripped higher. So bulls are saying that, yes, inflation is a problem, but AI earnings story is even stronger. And if companies are growing revenue and earnings at this pace, the market the market can absorb some of this inflation pressure, and that's why Goldman raised its S&P earnings forecast. They're basically saying that this is not just a hype anymore. In the beginning, we thought it's hype, but right now, the earnings across different companies, across the infrastructure, across the chip companies, all of these things are showing up slowly. But the bear side is also important, and we should not forget about it. The consumer is not as strong as the stock market looks. Personal savings are low, prices are still high, and people are spending, but a lot of that spending coming from pressure. And that's totally different story, because if consumers are using savings to keep up, that's not going to last forever. And finally, we have oil and Iran. Obviously, we have the 60-day deal. The 60-day deal. I think they should sign a deal within 60 days, and that's what was told yesterday. It does sound positive, but it still doesn't solve everything, because Iran, whether we want to admit it or not, still has a lot of control over the Strait of Hormuz. So even if oil calms down today, the market cannot fully ignore that risk. This is why the market feels strange at the moment. AI is hot, inflation is hot, the stocks are sitting at the record, but the consumer is still stretched and is still under the pressure. So yeah, that's basically the real debate. For now, the market is choosing AI, but we should not forget about the consumer side, because it's slowly sending us some warnings.
All right. Thank you, Eamon. Really appreciate that. It's funny. I'm here looking at thinking about DELL and what's happening here. We're talking in chat over an X. From this commercial, you guys remember this? The dude, you're getting a DELL. You guys remember that? Yeah, I'm not sure if this was big up in Canada, but down here.
No.
Oh, this was on. This guy was on fire when DELL was trying to like revamp, its look and laptop and all that. This guy was everywhere, and the commercial was actually pretty funny. And for some reason, I remember the commercials being somewhere around Christmas time. They were just heavier and heavier around the Christmas
I can
time.
advertise for them. I mean, I've
Yeah, you have a DELL?
got a DELL. I got a
There
DELL
you go.
laptop right here. So here we go.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm getting a DELL. Anyways,
Yeah.
it's a couple years old now, but
I remember having something like this here, but not the fancy one with the buttons and the speakers like that. It just had the white thing around it, and it was, I think, a little bit slimmer. But yeah, this is a fancy one there. But yeah, man, let's going back there a little bit. All right, friends. Let's get to it. To our gap down list this morning. ServiceNow just had that up on the list, continuing to move higher here. So that's another one that might be on the list today again. They did very well yesterday, but that's pushing higher. So you see it there. Should be making a gap up list. I'm sorry, they're only up 9.2. They can't make the gap up list since everything else is up 30, 60, 18, 9.2 is just not going to cut it. Your number like 15. But now ServiceNow looking good there. All right, on the gap down side of things, SPCR, we'll start there and see what's not doing well during these market conditions. SPRC, actually.
Yeah.
This thing popped up pretty good. Yes, I don't remember seeing it on our gap up, maybe because it was dabbling below $5. I'm not sure at that point. It is gapping up now. Well, it gapped up pretty good to around 15, and then look at it now. It's just kind of pulling back a little bit. So is it a low flow? What's the float on this thing? It's just out of here. Just disappeared. But I'm assuming it's a low flow ticker based on this daily. Spark, Spark. Yeah. Let me guess. Science, Moon. What's going on, Peter?
No, it's a biotech. It's a
okay,
biotech
simple
company. But they've got a little bit of a complicated transaction going. SciSpark owns a company, or they're the majority shareholder of a company called Neurothera, which in turn is buying another company called Clinic Quantum. So they're, and they just got approval to issue a secondary to raise money to complete the acquisition. But they're actually doing it on the TSX, which is the Canadian Stock Exchange, not the U.S. Stock Exchange. So as you can see, it's a complicated financial transaction. Bottom line, it's a secondary offering. So yeah, not we don't like to trade those. They just don't typically, give you continued movement. So we can probably just move on from it.
Yeah, we'll definitely move on. Let's go to the next one. Here's going to be S. S is on deck this morning, and this is Sentinel-1. We've seen it before. These guys are down 15% today, 1.3 million shares traded. Normally do not trade very well, but man, they got some good volume this morning. Good volume yesterday as well, up to 26 million, where they normally get a lot lower than that. Peter, could be in play today. Sentinel-1, as last night they dropped off the face of the earth a little bit here.
Yeah, and they, this is we've seen them usually only during earnings. They are a software and infrastructure services company. They had a decent quarter, but they didn't blow the doors off of it. They grew their revenue by 21%. They made a profit of 4 cents a share. But I think the market doesn't know what to do with them, because if we didn't have the Dell news, they'd probably be gapping down quite significantly. Just because they didn't blow the doors off. They increased their guidance, but not as much as the analysts had wanted. But then they got like one upgrade and one downgrade. So again, even the analysts are like, is this thing going up or down? We're not sure. So Bank of America upgraded them, whereas Raymond James downgraded them. So I'm not sure where this is going. Net, it looks like it's gapping down here this morning, as you can see. But Carlos, for all the times this has appeared after earnings, I don't think it's ever made my list. It is a NYSE stock, so immediately I'm a little skeptical about the price action, the way it's likely to move. I just look with the other infrastructure plays out there. I don't feel like this is going to be the one today. I don't like. It doesn't actually look bad. It's got 1.3 million shares traded so far. Again, knowing it's a NYSE stock, I know that the volume isn't always indicative, because that happens after the bell. But I sort of like, if we had nothing else, I'd put this on the list. But we have other things, so because of that, I'll say it's a maybe if you guys like it. But if you're gonna watch something, Dell, Snow, ServiceNow, and like NOW, those still look better to me. So
Yeah. I agree with that as well. So again, we'll skip on this one, guys. I think there's better stuff that you can actually look at. Oh no, hold on. Let's not skip Gap. Let's go to Gap here.
Gap.
So yeah, I can't skip the Gap, man.
Don't gap the Gap.
Another 90s great commercial company as well. Gap down 15% here, 385,000 shares traded. They are not doing well. So look at that big gap down after rally. So interesting. Look at the rally here. Just this month, rally all the way to 25. Earnings come out and says, no, go back to where you came from. So not doing good there, Peter. What went wrong with them? I just said earnings. I don't know if that's the case, but
yes,
it might be. Okay, good.
Yeah, no, right. It was. They had earnings, and they had a decent quarter. However, it's always about the guidance, right? So their forward-looking guidance, they actually said they're going to be more profitable. So they increased their EPS, or their earnings per share guidance, but they decreased their sales guidance. So they think top-line sales are going to be down. However, they've got some cost cutting happening, and they think that that's going to allow them to get more profitable. All that being said, that resulted in a downgrade from JP Morgan, a downgrade from Evercore. So the gap is gapping down this morning. No, and it's retail, so we know they didn't mention AI once in any of their press release. So yeah, it's not trendy.
Yep, I agreed. Won't have it on my list, friends. If you guys like it, put it on yours. But again, they typically don't trade very well. These retail companies, this one, Nordstrom, Macy's used to be okay. Whatever happened to Macy's? Did they ever get delisted? Did they ever go bankrupt? What's the deal with that? I remember they were like at the point of closing a bunch of stores. Yeah, not bankrupt, and just keeping like 3. Well, right?
They were going to spin off their digital assets. I don't know if they actually ever did that. But yeah, they're still tradable. They're out there, but they're just not trendy either. So
yeah, somehow they pulled away from $10. Looks like back in early last year they managed to get back into 20, but okay. This retail company is not really great. All right, let's do one more, and then we'll head over to Peter to see what he likes in the gap down. But again, today is the same song and dance, friends. We're going with our usual suspects in relations to AI and tech. I think that's what's in play. ServiceNow, Dell, and you guys know already which ones they are. I'm gonna add that. But first, let's look at this one, see what Peter likes, and then get ready with your tickers in chat over on X and YouTube. I want to see what you guys like this morning that we can possibly add to the list. So here's ASTS, another one that's also been moving higher over the last week, or actually about 2 weeks or so. And today, pulling back a little bit, down 12%, 4.4 million shares traded. As far as the trading goes, they look familiar to what we've seen out of a lot of tickers with, again, the drop early in the morning and then the recovery later after one, with announcements of a possible deal situation happening, right? So nothing major there, but today they're gapping down quite a bit. Peter, what's the latest and greatest, or not so greatest?
Yeah, so we got two things going on here. So space, we're seeing a couple of the space stocks moving down. ASTS, Lunar, you may notice, is on the list. I saw another one here. What was the other one that was Rocket Lab, RKLB? Yeah, the space stock. So let's talk ASTS specifically. Has some news that Blue Origin, who they're relying on to launch a bunch of their satellites, they have a multi-launch agreement to launch about 45 satellites over the next little while. But Blue Origin had a test anomaly when they did what's called a hot fire test the other day in their rocket, which means there may be some problems with their rockets and they may not launch to schedule. So there's a concern that AST Space Mobile may not be able to get their satellites into space as scheduled. So that's concern specific to this company. More generally, Bloomberg issued a little bit of a press release yesterday that sort of set the market back on its heels in this area. So we were talking about how excited everybody is about SpaceX, right? And you know what happens when everybody gets fevered pitched? It sometimes just takes one person, right, to just be off tune here, and then the whole song is ruined. And I'm wondering if that's what's happening here for SpaceX, where Bloomberg reported that the SpaceX IPO, which we know is coming up quick, fast and furious, right? It's going to be released on the 12th of June, is targeting now a lower than expected valuation, but it's $1.8 trillion. Remember how it was it was 1.75 everybody was talking about, right? 1.75 trillion. It was going to be it's the largest IPO ever. It's still the largest IPO ever to have been contemplated in the history of mankind. But the expectations had moved to about $2 trillion in valuation. Now Bloomberg is saying, well, actually, it may only be about 1.8 million. Just even the suggestion that it may be lower than all of the inflated expectations, even though it's higher than the original, has got everybody thinking, oh my God, is this, is it not going to be a thing? Is it going to die? I don't know. I mean, but it's interesting that it feels like all the space stocks are moving down today just because of Bloomberg's stated, little statement. So, look, this is the roller coaster we're going to be on. Expect more of this over the next 2 weeks. We said it was going to be wild. This is just an indication. So, yeah, so all of the space stocks are gapping down a little bit just because of Bloomberg's report. And it wasn't even a bad report, really, right? They just said,
yeah, it's not bad.
Hey, no, it's 1.8 trillion. Guys, 1.8 trillion for an IPO for a company that's, like a little untested here. Anyways, it's funny how we're so short termed, right? And we're very whimsical in our perception of value. So anyways, that's the way the market goes.
Yeah, there you have it, friends. All right, before we get to your tickers, friends, let's take a look at our fun fact story of the day with Eamon, and then we'll come back and see what tickers you guys like over in our chat. So throw those in there so we can start pulling those up.
I like how everybody's Mike and others are like, hey, don't forget the explosion of the rocket. I did. I used the Blue Origin term. They called it a test anomaly. So I guess, maybe I should have been more specific. Yes, there was a big explosion. But,
you should have said explosion.
It's what do they call it? A RUD, a rapidly unscheduled disassembly or something. Anyways. Basically things went boom and it's got people concerned.
Okay, Zach. Well, guys, so fun fact for the day. First of all, let's go for Dell. Dell's AI servers grew by 757% year over year. And now think about this number. The business grew more than 8 times bigger than the same quarter last year. Now, Dell is being treated like one of the biggest winners of the AI infrastructure boom. So I think, like I said, it's going to be one of these names that we'll keep hearing about a lot within the next few days, maybe the next few weeks. It'll be really interesting to trade it. Volatile, liquid, high cap. So we'll see. The second one is Costco. Costco worldwide renewal rate was 89.7%. This is very impressive in this environment because gas is expensive, inflation is still high, consumers are stretched, savings are low, and still almost 9 out of 10 Costco members renewed. This tells you something. When everything gets more expensive, people do not cancel Costco, they lean into it. I think it's just built for this type of consumer pressure. Buy in bulk, get better value, save on gas, and feel like the membership pays for itself. So Costco is a consumer survival story. And finally, today in history. On this day in 1953, Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay became the first people to summit Mount Everest. When Hillary came back down, he reportedly said, "Well, George, we knocked the bastard off." I love that line because it captures the moment after the impossible suddenly becomes real. And that connects perfectly to today's market. For years, people talked about AI infrastructure like this huge mountain companies would have to climb. And then Dell reports 750% in AI servers growth, and suddenly the summit looks a lot closer. But once you reach one summit, the next question is always, what is the next mountain? That's actually similar to Andrew, right? He just keeps climbing mountain after mountain after mountain, and it never stops. So for Dell, the next mountain is proving this was not just one great quarter. And for the market, it is proving the AI boom can keep spreading beyond NVDA, AMD, and ITC. And maybe for the consumer, it's proving that they can keep climbing even with inflation still pressing over them. So that's it, guys, for me for today. I'll be back at 11 a.m. And now back to Peter and Carlos for the rest of the show.
All right. Thank you so much, Amy. We'll see you a little bit later. And reminder to everybody else as well, we're going to be having Spot Gamma joining us at 10 today to go over some of their products and how they're using it to be able to find opportunities in this incredible and amazing markets. All right, friends. So we went through our gap up and gap down here from tradingterminal.com. As usual, you can always head over there, check tools just like this one, Market Atlas, funded account, and many more. So we didn't come much with much that was out of our usual suspect. And out of our usual suspect, I'm talking about all AI related stuff, semis, PLTR, the MUs of the world, the DELL joining the party here this morning, and also ServiceNow. ServiceNow looks really good, so I'm going to be adding that to my list here. ServiceNow up 9.6 this morning, and again looking very, very good this morning. And yesterday, a lot of people also traded this and did very, very well. So let's see where the fun goes. Gapped up yesterday into the pre-market, gapping up some more today. I mean, the fun just continues on this ticker. So I'll add that to my list here in just a second. But let's go to you guys. What do you guys like this morning? Let's start with
Carlos,
go ahead.
Before we go,
Sure.
People were like telling me about this. I hadn't looked at this explosion. I don't know if you got my screen there that we could share, but this is fascinating.
Yeah. Let's see.
So I didn't
haven't
realize
seen
the
it.
scale of this. So this is the immediate moment before launch. Just watch this. Like,
Oh, that's pretty big.
That's an explosion. Like that is massive. So apparently they're saying it's the biggest rocket explosion in 69 years, ever since the Russian pad explosion in 1957. So yeah, like that's pretty massive. Like it took out a lot of infrastructure there. So
see, when you were saying explosion, like, okay, this happens all the time. They go up in the air about 100 feet, they explode, come back down, no problem. This is actually pretty big.
Yeah.
That's
some of the articles are even suggesting, this because NASA the day before just issued a big contract to Blue Origin. Obviously, bad timing on NASA's part after this happens, and it says it could even put the U.S. behind China in the old space race. So
wait, so NASA they went with Origin? What? Why?
Well,
man, these guys make so many bad decisions. But go ahead, tell me.
Yeah, like I don't. It wasn't an exclusive contract, but they just issued a multi-launch contract. I think they're diversifying so they don't have all their eggs in one basket. But yeah, it just happens that it's just bad timing. So I said. But anyways, the reason why this came up is because, like we were talking about, AST Space Mobile, ASTS, uses them to launch their satellites, and that obviously this explosion means that it could delay their launch. But as said, this combined with the Bloomberg news about the IPO maybe of SpaceX not being as high has got all the space stocks down today. So if you're interested in trading something to the short side, pick a space stock.
They're all here. Lunar. I mean, they're all here. You're right.
They're all getting hit today. Yeah. Anyways, thank you guys for pointing that out to me. So I could go do that research. That's that is a big fireball.
It's a big fire. Yeah, it sure is. All right, let's start here. I was looking at. We're going to start looking at SoFi. Let's take a look at SoFi. I see a couple of people mentioning that one. I am going to add ServiceNow onto our ticker list right next to Dell. Of course, heavily in play. SoFi rocking this morning, guys. Up 11.1, 17 million shares traded here. You can see the movement getting going this morning. Peter, SoFi Technologies, we haven't spoken about it yet. I don't know if we have the news handy, but they're feeling themselves this morning, and they are enjoying the process.
That sounded so awesome, Carlos.
Everything I'm saying today is going south. It's just everything from the beginning of the show.
All right. Well,
it is a Friday. All right.
You go, SoFi. SoFi. Oh my goodness, that was awesome, Carlos. All right. SoFi is feeling themselves today and loving the process. They launched a stable coin. So they apparently launched a new stable coin, which is the first available from a U.S. national bank, and it's going to be available to all SoFi members. So that's got the market interested, and it's what's causing a little bit of the move higher here today. I don't know. I'm skeptical about these coins, as you know, and all the crypto, but it's interesting, right? Creates legitimacy when a U.S. national bank is issuing these coins. So we'll see. I don't know what it's going to do. It's the first time this has happened. Continued momentum for SoFi. I don't know. They're already up 11%. They were up higher, hitting almost $20, $19.80 a little bit earlier. So certainly that pre-market action says that there's room for this to move. And we can see on the daily chart, I mean, SoFi has been pushed down a lot recently. So, there's room all the way up to $30 if it really chooses to move. So might be worth watching, Carlos, just because, this is the type of news that traditionally the market used to love this news before it became all AI related.
So true.
This type of crypto news was great. It would move stocks and we could trade it. Now we can't seem to get enough attention to it. So maybe today we'll see.
Yeah. Adding it to the list on the secondaries, I think that there'll be better ones to look at, but I agree. This news is great, and thank you for bringing it up, whoever did mention that. All right, let's see what else we have. I see Sergio bringing up Hood this morning, up slightly. So again, same thing, right? But maybe some crypto stocks doing well today. As Peter just mentioned, this could be kind of like the sympathy move on here. I don't see many other tickers as far as the gap up list, just because they're not hitting that 2%, right? But I see Hood is on here. I don't see anything spectacular on it or blockbuster, so I'm gonna skip on it for now. But if you do like it, you could definitely watch this one. All right, let's see what else, friends. So let's take a look. Oracle. Peter mentioned Oracle earlier. Pre-market is not sure. Great. It's not great.
It's not great.
Yeah. After hours yesterday was awesome. Looks like almost like as if the market is open. Look how well this thing traded. Today is kind of going flat. It still has 905,000, which I think is a lot for Oracle. They normally don't get heavy, great volume. But again, I think we might find better things to look at. Now, is it a secondary? Maybe. I think, and part of it too is because I don't trade the stock very well personally, right? So I'm not a big fan of Oracle. I do have to say though, in the last couple of weeks, we've seen a different side of Oracle with some heavier volume, some better movement, especially in this stretch over here when they got the big gap up and they just started moving much, much better. Have gone flat since then. Big day yesterday, as many things had, and today gapping up. So maybe a secondary, Peter. What's your thoughts?
Maybe but yeah, I think there's better things. DELL and ServiceNow feel like better targets. But you know what? We've seen Oracle especially not at the open. A little bit after the open, Oracle can get its legs and sometimes give you some good moves. So yeah, if you know, as long as you're willing to be patient with it, again, it's a NYSE stock, trades on the New York Stock Exchange. So wait for that volume to come in and for it to set a directional trend. But yeah, Oracle, you know, again, it's worth watching, but again, not in the opening 5 minutes, I would say. Right, it's a little bit later of a trade.
Yeah. Taking a look at here, SMCI, we did mention earlier, it's another one that you can look at today, also doing well. This might be a good one for a lot of people opposed to Oracle. So also 3.6 million shares traded. So you got tons more volume on this one. Big day yesterday. I do like SMCI, man. And I'm really trying to make this list more expanded than other than tech, but it's just difficult. Like if you look at everything, that looks great. SMCI looks amazing. You know, I mean, this is what's in play. What you got, Peter?
One that's tech related, but you know, we haven't talked about a lot. Apple, you know, again, like you keep saying, Apple quietly sneaking to new all-time highs. I feel like it's, you know, it used to be Apple was front and center. Now it's almost like they're under the radar. And I mean, it was pretty jumpy yesterday at the open, but I mean, it would like spike to a high, pull back heavily, spike to another high. So, you know, it wasn't easy yesterday, but it definitely, you know, put in some new highs. And I mean, it didn't put a new all-time high, I suppose, technically, because 2 days ago it hit a high. But you know, we're right up there in that territory. Like, look at all these tiny candles way up here. You know, it's just hanging out, just waiting, biding its time, I feel like. So I feel that's interesting. The other one is Tesla. Tesla was super ugly yesterday. Just
horrible.
Disgusting. Just disgusting to watch. But I am impressed at how Tesla, if you look at a daily, how it's hanging around this area, this 440 price range. It seems odd to me that this is where it's hanging out, because I mean, it was not that long ago that it was struggling to break through 400. Remember back a month ago at the end of April when it's like almost the same pattern, right? It spiked up early April, then pulled back, and then went and got stuck at 400. And then the beginning of May, it spiked up to, you know, up to 450, 440, 450, did this pullback, and now we're hanging out this 440. So I'm wondering, as we get to the end of the May, are we going to repeat this pattern, right? In the next week or so, at the beginning of June, are we going to see Tesla move to a new level? I don't know. It's speculation on my part, but you know, there are levels. If I go back on the chart, back in September, October 2025, we got a 470 level. Maybe that's the next port of call for Tesla. So I'm going to keep an eye on it, right? This pattern seems to keep repeating, where it'll spike to a level, pull back, retest it, and then decide what it's going to do next. So there you go. That's Tesla.
Yep, I do like Tesla. I am going to add that one on here, friends, and see where it goes. Okay, so Tesla, we'll put it on here next to ServiceNow. And we got time for maybe two more. Microsoft, very similar to some of the stuff we've been kind of mentioning here as well. I'm not a big fan of the way Microsoft trades, but it also has some potential, guys. As you can see here, big day yesterday, and then trying to break out of this range on the daily that we have been stuck in, right? So since middle of April, I will say, just kind of back and forth. Again, slamming to the top of this range. Does it have the juice to break out now? Actually looks good. Up 1.7. It's got 1.3 million shares traded. You know, I never usually put Microsoft on the primary list.
It ran at the open yesterday.
Yeah.
So
today,
you know,
let's see.
I don't know.
Let's see
maybe.
today. I don't know. Maybe I never put them on here. And always there's always something better. But let's see. It's Friday. Why not? Let's throw it in there and see what we can.
Why not? It's Friday.
Oh, okay. Man. Let's see what takes place. All right, friends. I think we are pretty much set. Friends, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Yesterday, we were able to give away one funded account. We're doing one a week. And also, we are doing one a week of our monthly elite membership. So can't carry them over. Use them or lose them. Today's the last day for this week to be able to get that, but we do need to get to 500 likes. So I'm just going to be reminding you throughout the show. Thank you for those that have already done it, and for those that have not, help us get there. Everyone is going to be included in the giveaway. So our Lambos and Garbage Truck members, of course, to appreciate you guys. You get a lot of extra tickets per entry. So hit that thumbs up. I don't know what we're sitting at now, but I know we probably are not at 500 yet, but I know we can get there very, very quickly with your help. 168 so far. this morning, and with myself just now 169, and we're climbing. Okay, very good. Thank you guys. All right, let's get to it and see what is happening in our community. Let's go over to Bear with Trust. Oh, wrong screen. Excuse me. Let me change this. You know what, Peter? We got time. We got 2 minutes. I have.
Looking at you buying a pizza?
I'm not buying no pizza. I have 28,000 points. So I just got an alert on Microsoft. It says, "Hey, Carlos, you got 105 points. Are going to be expiring today. You know, start using them." I'm like, oh, 29,000 points. That's great. Let me see what I can get. And of course, everything is crap, right? No, nothing is great. So I figured I was looking at the Pizza Hut. I was looking at some other things here, and then I see this. Oh, maybe I get some Amazon gift card and actually buy something I'm going to use.
Yeah.
I go to the $10 gift card. They're out of stock. How are you out of stock?
How do you out of stock of a gift card? Yeah, it's just
a digital code.
Yeah.
I mean, just take it out. If you don't want to give anyone, just take it off. Like, this is BS. What's my BS? We need a BS card. We need a BS card for this. Like, how? What? How you run
Carlos
out of?
Is angry. You made
Man, I'm
Carlos
telling you,
angry now.
this is why your rocket blew up. This is why, because stuff like this, it's just not thinking properly. This is unacceptable. It's unacceptable, Peter. Unacceptable.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Just don't offer it. You know? Oh my goodness. All right, let's go to
a Carlos rant for this morning. Wow.
It's like little things like this that just doesn't make any sense. Like, who did this? Who decided to do this? You should be not fired. That's rough, but you should be questioned by HR. All right, let's go to what's happening today. Let's go to what's happening today, friends. Is exciting is this Friday over here at Bear with Traders. By the way, a reminder, 10 o'clock today, we're having our guests come in, so stick around for that. But Peter's going to let you know what's happening this Friday around noon.
Yeah, well, we don't have any webinars scheduled in the Bear Bull trading community, but if you're part of the P Capital Bootcamp, if you've registered for one of the future camps, then we have the bootcamp prep meeting that's happening at noon today. So that will be, you already have an invite. You should know where to go. It'll be in the Google Meet room. That's all part of the bootcamp. Mike leads that and helps you get ready. There's never too early, whether you're signing up for the September one or the January 2027 camp, right? It's not too early to plan. Get yourself ready for that. The more prep you do, the better you're going to be able to take advantage of the camp when it starts. So sign up today. Get in the boot camp prep. They happen every single week. So this week it's at noon. And again, you should have an invite from him. If you don't, you email him, mike@pcapitaltrading.com, and he can make sure that he hooks you up with the invite so you can get to that boot camp prep. If you want to join at the Bear Bull trading community, which is live and active all day today, as it is every single trading day, all you have to do is go to bearbulltraders.com, and that you can find the information. Pick one of the membership options that we've got listed here, and you can take advantage of one of these deals and be part of that. It's a great community. Every afternoon I get to join, and we always have a whole lot of fun trading the markets and just talking stocks and all sorts of other stuff. You know, whether we're on a rant, whether we're talking. Yesterday we talked about yurts for probably a little longer than we needed to. It's Jared's fault. Yurts. You know, like those yurt. You know, like a tent, a teepee. It's a big wooden structured for that camping, shelter in the woods normally. So
okay.
Yurts. Anyways,
gotcha. Okay, didn't know that word. All right, there we go.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. Well, now you know.
I know.
But anyways, for whatever reason, we got onto yurts because that was the market was moving sideways into the close, so we were playing with that. Anyways, but it's always entertaining. It's always a fun conversation. So yeah, hopefully you can join us there. And and rants. I can give you rants for days. I've got a rant ready whenever we need one. So, but we can save that for later. But don't forget this morning though, talking about events that are happening from Bear Bull Traders. They're happily bring Spot Gamma to us today. And if you don't know about the Spot Gamma series tool suite, it's well worth understanding it. You're going to get a chance right here in about 45 minutes, about half an hour after the market open. We're going to have Matt joining us from Spot Gamma, and he's a great presenter. He knows his stuff. He's going to be able to talk about the Spot Gamma environment and sort of what that can do to help your trading. So something to look forward to right here. So
Oh man, I almost
All
spilled
right.
the coffee. I hit it with the mouse,
Oh,
and that's when you saw my face like that.
oh,
It was not to Peter's reaction, whatever he was saying. It was because I hit
oh.
the thing, and it went pretty close to making a mess here. All
Ooh,
right,
yeah, that's always
ah,
terrifying when that
that's
happens.
yeah. I usually
That's
try to
very
get the
scary.
lid, and I didn't this one. All right,
Ooh.
let's get some levels in here, friends. Right now, I got Dell, I got Tesla and Microsoft, and on the secondary list, we got SoFi and Oracle. And I'm sure we can add some more, like Nvidia. We haven't even talked about Nvidia. That was taking all the light this morning, all the shine here. But Nvidia is another one that, it's a tough cookie. It was a tough cookie yesterday as well. Look at it here at the start, and even on the breakout when many things started trading well. This was not one of the best candidates for that breakout with the potential news, right? So it has its days. Right now, volume is there, 2.7. I'm gonna add it on here. It is Nvidia. We had a great trading day. I think was it not a Tuesday or Wednesday on it. So again, it's a hit or miss. You never know. So you always got to keep an eye on it. All right, let's get some levels. Starting with Dell this morning. Again, up
Uh,
32% completely. Yep.
oh, nothing. Sorry. I've just you checked your Microsoft points and you said how many did you have? 28,000?
Oh, it just doesn't make sense.
Whatever it was.
29,000.
29,000 points. Clearly
How much you got?
you're 228 points.
Are you using them?
I didn't even know they existed till you just mentioned them. So
Me
I
neither.
don't
I had
even
no
how
idea.
do
I
how do you even earn points? I don't even know like what are you buying that you're getting all these points? Because
I
I
think
have
the on the 360 suite you pay monthly, not monthly,
uh,
yearly.
oh,
I think that's what's doing it, and I'm
okay.
not sure if Roblox or Minecraft.
It
Minecraft, I'm not sure if you
must.
get points. Minecraft, my daughter's always buying
It
something in
it
Minecraft.
it, it
Um,
must. I've never featured redemption. I've my activity.
yeah,
I have never redeemed any. I've never used any. Apparently, over my life, I've only earned 228. So whatever you're doing,
yeah.
Carlos, you're like 100 times more active than I am. So
You know what? I'm probably getting charged somewhere and I don't even know it. There's probably like a monthly
yeah,
something coming in there that I'm getting destroyed on, and
it's
I gotta check the bills. Gotta check the
you need
bills.
to
But
check all the
yeah.
bills from your portfolio of properties. And
Oh my goodness. Here we go. Uh, let me
all
see.
right.
How much Starbucks can we get? Let me see for $25. Look at that, Peter. I can't even afford a $25 Starbucks card. It's
Oh,
35,000 points.
yeah,
So
you got nothing. They're
I got
giving you
nothing.
nothing.
They
All
gave
right.
me
Well,
nothing. All
so
right.
I don't care that I have no points. Who knows?
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah. This
let's
it means nothing, right?
yeah. I am. Let's go make some real money in the markets here. So that's where I'm
Exactly.
going to focus. Yeah.
Exactly. All right, here it is, guys. Dell 446 is the high of the pre-market. The low all the way down at 417. So that just tells you the range. This thing can move a ton. So that means for us, we don't have to take a boatload of shares, guys. Literally, like you could take 50 shares in this thing and do pretty well, even less, right? Depending on your risk management. So you don't got to load the boat. Be very, very careful. Keep your risk management tight on a stock like this one. Right now, seeing some weakness off the high, still up 31%. And you can see here on the daily, we are in a very lonely mountain up here. And what is that wick going back to 2021? That's off. Look at that weekly candle. It's like 111 million. Yes, I don't know what's that about.
Heck,
Um,
that's got to be a data error.
yeah, data error, of course.
Well,
And I was trying to see. Yeah, see, that screws up the whole chart, though. It screws up the weekly and the monthly. So that's a shame. Oh, let's do this. Let's zoom in, get that wick out of the way. And here we go. Yeah, we are. I was trying to see if there's anything else up here, but we are so all-time highs. There's nothing even nearby this situation. So that's what you have, the highs and lows of the pre-market. We'll look at the whole dollar numbers. We'll look at, of course, this is where Market Atlas becomes very helpful, because with Market Atlas, you'll start seeing levels that might not be so clear on the chart here. So Market Atlas will be a key one for Dell today. Hopefully they have enough volume to paint a nice picture there. Here is now this morning high of the pre-market 120.01. The low of the pre-market, we're sitting at 114.85, so just a little bit higher. There we go. On this one, towards the bottom, highs and lows for the last two trading days, doing a great job. And then in here, I do want to mark down 112. I think that's a good area. Got some support, actually a lot of support and resistance right around that area. So I think that's worth marking down at a 112. And then above the pre-market action towards the high here, we do have 126.50 is the big level where you got the big support where you change direction, the big resistance, change in direction. These are usually big levels when they're happening like that, where the stock is pivoting a little bit, going the other way. I think it's worth marking down. So that's 126.50. Yeah, pivots. Oh my goodness, that's a classic, man. Classic. Everybody know. Let's see. That's an easy one. What's that from, guys? Let's see if chat knows here.
That's
a meatball. You gotta hit that at the park. 117.18. It's right between the highs and lows of the pre-market. But I think it's worth noting because I know I'm zoomed out quite a bit. Let me zoom in a little bit for you here. If you see this, they got a level here where there's a lot of resistance happening there. I think it's worth noting. And even in the pre-market now, around that area, right? It's an area. Around that area, you're seeing a little bit of resistance before we had the actual breakout up to 120, which is a new high. There it is, friends. Everybody's got that one. Yeah, that was too easy. We'll get you a harder one later if we can. So there it is. Now looking very, very good this morning. Here's Tesla, stuck between the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days. Was just brutal yesterday. I mean, I've never seen anything so ugly in my life. I mean, this is bad. This is really bad. So, but they're night and day. They could trade like this, and they could be the best stock ever. We had plenty of great times with Tesla. We'll hope for one today. 438.39 is the low of the pre-market. The high, 441.68. And if you look at this daily big picture, you're just surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days, kind of smack in the middle of this range that we're somewhat stuck in at the moment. But again, it is Tesla. We'll see how that plays out. Microsoft looking very good this morning after a great day yesterday. Look at that beautiful pre-market action. We definitely want to see this on deck as well. High of the pre-market, 434.60, and the low, 428.20. One that we usually don't keep on deck, but today could be their day. Let's see. Towards the bottom, below that previous day close, 424 is a good level. Look how many days are slamming into that. You definitely want to have that marked. And if we look to the left here and we look for levels above the pre-market on the daily, we got a couple. We got a 439.29. I'm just going to do one more here around 446.89. So there it is. As far as level goes, guys, if you want to learn more about levels and why we mark things in certain areas, in our education center we do have tons of videos explaining the support and resistance levels that can help you out a ton. So if you're brand new to trading, definitely check out BillWithTraders.com and do a trial membership. It's like $39. It's less than was cost for a gift card, a Starbucks that costs you 35,000 points, a lot less than that. So, get over there, check it out, gets you access for 7 days, access to all those basic intro videos, so you can learn how to do these levels and exactly what we are looking for here when we do this. All right, here it is. NVIDIA 214 is the low of the pre-market, and then towards the bottom, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days, doing an amazing job. And then up here, we're looking at 218.01. And then right above here, minor support resistance, 222.42 on NVIDIA. Let's hope for a better days out of these two. They could do so much better. We've seen them do that before. Banking on them to do well this morning. All right, Peter, let's go to you. What do you like as far as your watch list, and also what is our team watching in chat?
Well, my watch list is some of the basics. I'm going to be watching AMD, NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft. Today, I'm also going to keep an eye on DELL, SoFi, and this OLOX. Remember we mentioned the low float, OLOX. So, we'll keep an eye on that. And I also think I have to keep an eye on ASTS just to see what happens. So we'll get back to my strategy on those because I'm interested in a couple of these. We'll see what happens at the open. In the Bear Bull trading community, we have people getting their list. Eamon, who is here with us a little earlier, is looking at NVIDIA and Tesla for some potential longs. Mike is looking at Rocket Lab, DELL, and then, of course, the futures contract, the MESM6. That's the current month futures contract that he likes to trade. He's also mentioned that he's trading with the boot campers this morning. So he's over there there trading live, doing some teaching and trading. We've got Gary, who's going to be watching Oracle, ASTS, and IonQ. And what else? Oh my goodness, we got all these for certificates. People are getting paid today. Carlos, you know, we got posted in the chat room all these profit certificates for those that are in the funded account. Kyle, $10,000 payout. Michael, $2,089 payout. We've got Jan Nicholas, who got paid $875. So yeah, it's amazing. Some people are getting their pay on their account. Some people don't maximize it, but hey, any money you get back means that it was well worth the investment, right? Because you made your cash back. So yeah, it's cool. Jared just posted his list. He's going to be watching Dell, Rocket Lab, and SMCI. He's also got Micron, ASTS, HPE, and NetApp, on his list. So interesting. A couple of different things there. So, all right. So that's what we got from our moderators in the Bearable Trading chat room. And let's see where we go.
Just
we got about
just
4
going
minutes.
back to that, Peter. You mentioned for those that didn't see it. Here's Kyle. I mean, $10,000. This is Kyle. This is our Kyle. He'll be on later at 11 with Eamon.
Yeah.
And he made more, but the payout is obviously capped at 10,000. So excellent for him. Michael here, 2,000. That's great. Pay for the funded account and then some. Right, got some extra cash in his account. Jan also paid for his funded account and made a little bit more. Maybe he could take that extra, do it again, try it again, see if you can. You know, that's what I would do. I would put right back hey, take it all, give me another account and give it another shot, see how well you do. So congrats, guys. That's not easy to do. It's not easy to do. So congratulations, because you got to do this for 90 days. It's not like you come in, get lucky. You got to do it for 90 days. You got to be able to keep the money, which is extremely difficult. I can't say how hard that is. All right. Can't stress how hard that is. All right, Peter, we're ready to go here, man. We got our list ready. And Peter, what's your list again? I missed it. I was looking something up.
I've got Dell, SoFi, ASTS, NVIDIA, Tesla, Microsoft, Apple. So that would be my list. A bunch of stuff there. So I do have some strategies here. I'm going to be watching Dell. Dell, I notice, is trending lower here, and it has been all morning. So I'd like to see a pull back. I'd like to see it shoot up closer to the VWAP. So 425 to 428, if it can get up that high. And then I see weakness on the Atlas, which right now is showing orders to the downside. If that continues after the opening bell, I'd actually look for a short on Dell. So that's what I'd be looking for. But it might take off. So you got to be careful in this one, because who knows? Like, we just don't know. Is it overdone or is it not done enough? We'll let the market dictate. ASTS is another interesting one that it's actually holding this price level between 113 and 117 fairly well here this morning, despite the really bad news of the explosion. Again, it wasn't their explosion, but it was their space transport provider's explosion with Blue Origin. But I think ASTS may have some more downside. Again, I'd be looking for a pullback up to 115, 116, and then a sell-off. So those are two. I'm short biased on both of them. We'll see if we get a move downward. Again, if I don't see what I like, no trade. Right? I'm just going to sit out and watch and wait. There'll be lots of trading opportunity, I'm sure, a little bit later. You don't have to trade right at the opening bell. Don't rush anything. It's hard trading at the open. Trust me. It's not my level of expertise. I keep getting into trouble. So that's why I'm very particular on my criteria. And if it doesn't set up, no problem. I'll just watch, wait, and find my opportunities later in the day.
Yep, absolutely, friends. Someone asked for Ford. I put it up here. I mean, it's as far as daily, awesome. As far as intraday trade, I don't think they intraday trade all that well. And let me show you their intraday action here. Look how algo like this is. So this is a 5-minute. 1 minute you could even see it even more. Look at that. Every candle overlapping the previous candle. It's a lot of volume being pushed through. Like this candle here, 668,000, but barely moves. This is a
it's like a
even smaller than I thought. Right? Yeah, it's a 3-cent candle, so even smaller than I thought. So that's difficult to trade. Long-term stuff, swing trade, they're rocking. They got some good news that we discussed before, and you're seeing it there. But as far as day trading, it won't be on my list, though. Not a great one.
All right, guys, we got about 40 seconds to the market open. So I'm getting ready. Don't forget, there's market data that comes out at 9:45. We're going to keep an eye out for that. That'll be obviously 15 minutes after the open. So See if that Chicago PMI data has any impact whatsoever. In the meantime, I'm keeping my eyes firmly glued on ASTS and DELL for the open. We'll see if they do what I expect. If not, that's all right. We'll sit back and wait. Hopefully Carlos and I can find some moves, right? 5, 10, 15 minutes in. That's when you can get some really good moves.
Yes.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Opening bell. And we're off like a herd of turtles. So DELL has done nothing. So DELL is a nicey stock. So you got to wait for that volume, right? Wait for the volume to tell you what this thing wants to do. All right.
Tesla
really dropping. Yeah, Apple going the other way.
All right, looking for what the action is here, friends. Tesla dropping, Microsoft higher.
Yeah, Microsoft's higher, Apple is higher, which is interesting when you see Tesla, NVDA, and AMD all going the opposite way. So semiconductors are getting taken down a peg this morning. Still waiting for that volume, and DELL hasn't happened yet. So again, you'll know it. You'll be able to see it right on the chart. Once that opening volume.
There it is.
Here we go. There it is.
Yep.
There's that. Wow. And we didn't get a pullback at all, unfortunately. Wow, look at that. You could have got like a $10 move right off of that.
Yeah.
That volume just tanked it. But again, I didn't want to take that risk. And look at it. It's right back up. So, okay, let's see what we get here. Yeah, so again, DELL's a great example this morning of what you want to look for in a nicey stock, a New York Stock Exchange. So look at the first minute, 37,000 shares traded hands. Second minute, right, immediately 1 million shares, and we're only, we're not even done the minute yet. So that's the type of volume we're looking for. That's a little extreme, but that is what you're looking for on these types of stocks. So okay, so again, we've got to figure out where DELL's going to go right now, and once that changed, by the way, the order book completely flipped here. Now I'm seeing a lot of those orders that were on the downside got pulled, although DELL is still looking short. Here a little bit. Yeah, it's a hard read.
It's a hard read, right? Because they're getting a lot of volume, but
the spread is big. Like it's going between 30 cents and $1.30. So
yeah, yep. Friends, let us know if you see anything else that's moving well. Outlocks going higher. A low flow, one of the low flows of the day today, so careful on that one.
The market is overall pushing higher here.
Tesla slowing down the process to the downside here. Let's see what Tesla's doing. Tesla, I like the way it has started the day so far. Nice drop, pulling back to the VWAP. I'm looking to see if there's any imbalance on the market atlas. It's a great entry for a breakdown if we're going to put in a 5-minute ORB, but it's early. Let's see if it actually wants to push above the VWAP. But this is a great entry.
So Tesla does look like it's got orders. Yeah, orders down below.
Yeah, 437. I see a bunch there. And 436 is now, getting nicer too. Looking to see what we get here. NVIDIA, don't tell me NVIDIA is looking good today. What is NVIDIA up to? Oh, my chart's not loading. Look at that. It's just stuck on one bar for 1 minute. Why is that happening?
I took
Ah,
this short at VWAP on Tesla. Again, I don't know whether I'm too aggressive
oh,
here, but I moved my
I
stop to
like
break
that
even
short.
already. Come on, let's go. Here, this is good. Let's get the drop here.
I like that short.
I don't
I
like
might
it.
join
It's
you.
not dropping fast enough for me.
Yeah.
438.42 is my entry. So, oh yeah, see now I'm gonna take a
Oh,
partial already.
nice,
Got the
Peter.
partial. So there we go.
Nice.
Partial at low of day. In fact, I maybe want to take a little more off,
Yeah,
but let's
yeah,
wait.
yeah.
It's bouncing back aggressively here, but I got a great partial down there. Let's share this trade. Oh wow, it's coming right back up on me.
Yeah, I mean, it might come try to test that 438, but still looks rather weak on Atlas, man. Still 437. I might take this for a VWAP breakdown. I'm sorry, 5-minute RB. If it shows some more weakness here. I like the way Atlas looks. This is Atlas right here, guys, on Tesla. Still showing plenty of orders down to 437, 436.
There's my
So
trade.
let's take a look. Man, that's a perfect entry, Peter. That is nice. That is nice.
Yeah,
Well
we'll see if
done,
I
well
can hold
done.
on here. I mean, it's coming back a little too
Yep.
close for comfort, but it's
Flying
choppy. I
close to
might,
the sun, that's for
yeah,
sure.
yeah. It could all it has to do is spike once and stop me out here, but we'll see what happens. I'm hoping for a
And
move back down to low of day. Where do the orders sit? 437, the whole dollars, 437, 436,
yeah,
435 all have big
I'm
orders,
I'm
so
I'm joining short here, man. For a 5-minute ORB breakdown. Let's see if we can get the drop. It looks like it wants to break down here. Let's see if we can get the move down to 436. I like the way this dropped here. Wish I would have had a better entry, but we're going to trade it for the 5-minute ORB breakdown here. Let's see if we can get 436. Will be awesome. But I like Atlas. It's growing too. Look at 437. It's getting even bigger now. 15,000 there. So let's see if we have the momentum to the downside. NVIDIA did not want to. Okay, it loaded for me now.
Dell's been ugly.
Okay, now it loaded for me. NVIDIA's gonna go lower. NVIDIA could be another 5-minute ORB2, guys. I'm already in Tesla though, so I don't want to be watching two so closely like that. But NVIDIA also did a pullback, and I gotta check Atlas. So I don't have Atlas up on NVIDIA, so I'm not sure how good that looks in that sense. All right, VWAP is our stop. Is that's about $1.10. So we don't want this going above VWAP. Let's see if we can hold the line. 437. We need to break that.
I don't like how it's fighting back here.
Yeah,
it's not the way. That's not what I want to see.
Let's see if VWAP could do his job.
It just stopped me out.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
man,
my
right
break
to
even
your
my break even entry was just below the VWAP, so that's problematic. I'm tempted to get back in it though. Why did I should have moved my stop higher.
Nah, I don't blame you, man. You had a good part. Your entry was awesome. Your entry was great. And let's see, it's not done going lower, but I do like the Atlas here that I'm getting on it. Let's see if it's actually going to play out. So we're looking to break this 437. This is where the problem is right now. 437. Every time we come down in this area, we keep finding support, but there's tons of orders down there. I like the way it drops. Every time it comes to VWAP, I like the way it's reacting to it. But we just got to get the momentum and push through this. So let's see if that happens. If we don't make a new low here, it'll be concerning. Because, like, this is your time. This is your time to start doing the Pac-Man through these orders here. So if you don't do it now, it's going to be concerning for sure. So let's see what it does. And NVIDIA, did not sell off. Did pull back a little bit. Let's take a look here on DELL. DELL as well did not Oh, that was just ugly.
Mm.
Oh, that was pretty bad.
Dell is ugly. Dell is
Oh
pretty
man,
ugly here. So
got good
yeah,
volume off the gates and then
I'm
just
I'm impressed it's
failed.
holding at this level. So, it really hasn't done much since the open. It's chopped
Mm-hmm.
up and down. You got to remember that range is pretty big. Like that's a
Yeah.
$20 range, right? Between the
Yep.
high and
Yep.
low since the open. But it's no, it's a Tesla, Carlos. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I just typed there while you were talking out in Tesla, as it pushed above the V up, so that
oh,
sucks.
that
Yeah,
sucks. Yeah. Well, I
but
guess I guess then I don't feel too bad about having stopped out at my break
yeah, yeah,
even.
and glad
But
you didn't get back in because it didn't.
yeah.
It Atlas looked great, but it's just
It
it
did,
didn't
but like you
converge
said,
into
it was concerning that it wasn't breaking down at that level. For whatever
right.
reason, it was getting support at the 437.50, and it wasn't advertised support. It just was somebody was willing to buy at that level.
Yeah, man.
Caused
I
it
knew if this candle you drop down the way it did here, you don't continue that.
yeah.
That's the problem, and it did exactly that. So we're out here, guys, for our stop on our first trade of the day on Tesla. And let's see. We'll keep looking very early. We'll see what's out there and what we could take advantage of. SMCI, you guys are mentioning it. Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Look at SMCI go. Very nice.
SMCI, oh yeah, move
Nice
higher in
pop.
SMCI. You got AMD and NVIDIA both above the VWAP. Well, sorry, AMD is now not above the VWAP, but
Yeah. NVIDIA could be interesting. Above the VWAP, above the previous day close now. Let's see what it wants to do here.
what's the
Hopefully it doesn't
Atlas
just
telling
run.
us?
Like, hopefully it
NVIDIA
just comes
Atlas.
back.
I see a lot of orders down at 210 though. Yeah, I don't know. It's sort of balanced. It depends on the more you zoom out, the more bullish it looks. The more you zoom in, it looks bearish in the short term. So I don't know. I think it's probably more bullish than anything based on where
Well,
these orders
now
are
it's
sitting.
changing a little
Oh,
bit.
now yeah,
Yeah,
look
it's
at
just
that.
yeah.
Look
Now
at
it's
that.
changing.
Oh wow, yeah. Okay.
But
Yeah,
man,
that
no
just
pullback. No, just took
no,
off
that
and
just
no chance to get in it for a VI breakout. For the way I like to trade it, so that's gone. Tesla.
Andrew's in PLTR, which is moving nicely here this morning. He knows how to pick them.
Yep.
Give him that.
PLTR had a nice 1 minute engulf. Not fully engulfing, but I would still consider this somewhat of an engulfing pattern here in the 1 minute.
Well,
This is the stuff I look
exactly
for.
that's exactly when Andrew got in, right? As
Awesome.
you've seen that 1 minute
Yeah.
almost engulfing. He got in right at
That
the
is,
top of that second minute candle.
Yeah, that's what I look for, man. Something clean like that around the VWAP too, above the VWAP. That's perfect. That's textbook right there. We don't get them often, but when we do, I'm definitely taking that trade. Microsoft going higher. Tesla at the moment did have a nice candle, but it's not. It's messy on the continuation, so careful on this one. And Dell garbage. Just nothing happening there. Let's go back to NVIDIA. Oh my God. Why can you pull back and give us a little pullback here, NVIDIA? You're going to go and do this beautiful candle and leave us at the bus stop. Wow. Didn't stop. Just kept going. Didn't see our hand out. You stopped the bus, you put your hand out. Didn't see it. Just kept on going.
The bus
My
left
goodness.
without you.
Unreal. All right, let's see here. Now, Dell.
Wow, AMD, interesting. Did a reversal. AMD and NVIDIA looked very similar until about 5 minutes ago when they diverged heavily, and AMD went down and NVIDIA popped up. So
ASTC halted here, guys. Volatility hold on ASTC up 42%. So just somehow, Peter, finding a way to just go higher and higher. Like it's just crazy on this one here. So there it is. The fun is not over yet. NVIDIA was great, guys. And it continues. And Atlas looks very bullish, so we might have a lot left there. See, yeah, Tesla didn't. Yeah, this breakout didn't look healthy. Like, yes, you broke above here, and it's just, I don't know, it's not trading well. You're getting a bounce off the VWAP here, which can be interesting. But nothing I like there. Okay, service now. Service now, we got a nice little breakout. Here's the pullback. You were just right at the confirmation on the VWAP breakout. Stop loss 117.65. Atlas, quickly. I should have had this up. Let's see here. Oh, it doesn't look that bullish at all, actually. Tickers like this are very difficult, not because of the tool, because you just don't have a lot of information. And DELL looked pretty nasty too. When we looked at DELL, it didn't look great either. And this one here, there's just not a lot of orders on now, and that's difficult to read the price action in. That's very, very difficult because it's just not enough, and the imbalance is not clear. So yeah.
All right, AMD is just at the low of day here. It's retesting this area. We should get another 15 seconds here, and then ASTC should reopen, assuming it's a 5-minute hold. Again, they could discretionarily, is that a word? Anyways, at their discretion, they could hold it for 10 minutes, but normally it's a 5-minute hold, the first one of the day. So it's slated to open now. So there you go. It did reopen. Reopened right at the imbalance level of $43, but it's suddenly looking weak. Let's see what it can do here.
Oh, there it goes.
Here we go. Oh no,
it's rocking. Take off.
Oh my! I can't believe this thing is still going again.
Yeah,
the news is so ridiculous on this thing. Like it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
it makes no sense that this company has gone from a $2 stock to a $40 stock in the last 4 days just because they said that they're going to try and build a moon base. I mean, what is even that? Like, I don't understand.
They're going to try. It's not even,
try.
Hey, we're going to try to do this.
Yeah, like
sometimes that's
anyways,
all you need.
The market can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent. So yeah, who are we to question the wisdom of the market? We did get the data that just came out 2 minutes ago here, so it looks like it's very favorable. The Chicago PMI data came out. This is all a relative scale because it's sort of like a survey data, and 62.7 was the number, 50.6 was the forecast. So that's a fairly positive number that came out. The market was already moving up, so maybe this just gave it an excuse to continue. I don't see anything. The market actually sort of looks like it halted momentarily at 945, but now it's continuing on its merry way higher. So anyway, so there you go. Chicago PMI, I think it just, the market said, good, that's what we want, right? The runway is clear, ready for takeoff.
Yes. Here's Tesla at the VWAP looking ugly with some of these wicks, but looking weak for me. At least I see it weaker. Let's see what the Atlas says. Still got orders at 439. Big orders. All right, 437 again. 437 coming up again with some orders here. 437. I like these wicks over here. See the selling pressure? Does not mean it's gonna sell down any lower, but I like the fact that we're seeing a little bit of weakness here. But it's not trading. Like it's not. I don't know, something about it. It's not trading like very fluid. Like it's very weird the price action today on it.
Yeah, it's not the normal Tesla where
it's
not fluid. That's jerky.
Right. It's just like it's not how we normally see the stock trade.
No.
So let's see. Potential via breakout, but again, the imbalance on Atlas is not ideal right now. We'll see how if that changes. But right now we are getting the setup I look for. Here's the pullback. We still got so much time to go for the next candle. It might not want to wait for that. I don't think it wants to wait for that.
Mm.
But I wouldn't take it short with this data without a strong pattern.
Wow, AMD is just.
I wouldn't take it short. Yeah, that was a mess. And you know that's typically how they trade. You know, intraday they're not a great taker. We put them on today because hey, they're the story this morning or today with their earnings. But they normally don't trade that well, intraday wise. Tesla's getting the drop.
Oh, Andrew managed to go long SMCI as well. Jeez, he
Nice.
just nailing these stocks.
Friends, if you want to see Andrew trade live, you could do so. Head over to betwitraders.com and you can see him there doing his thing. See, here's the pullback on.
Yeah, see, you brought my. I wish I had looked at Tesla a little bit earlier. This breakthrough VWAP, if I could have got an entry up towards 438.80, that would have felt more comfortable to me. I just didn't want to chase this with it. The choppiness has settled down, right? The spread is a little bit better.
Yeah.
But still, it's still not looking very as fluid as I'm used to on Tesla recently. So.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. So I'm gonna sit.
We'll keep
I'm
looking.
gonna stay on the sidelines. Yeah.
We'll find something.
Here, Apple after its initial pop higher is sold off.
ASTC 48 halted again, friends. 48.25 here. Just nice.
Intel.
NVDA push up nicely, can't go any higher. Microsoft sideways for now. Tesla. The math ain't mathing on Tesla. That's the problem. The math is not mathing. It's just not working here. So
the other one that our other low float, Carlos, that we were looking at was OLOX. Remember OLOX?
Yes, how's that doing?
It's halted. Okay. It's halted twice now. It just reopened a minute and a half ago, and it halted first to the downside, second time to the upside. Now it's hanging out at 1080, let's call it. So
ugly, friends. Careful on that one. Wow, now did manage. Look at couldn't get above the way up here and keep going, but did manage to kind of touch 117 and then actually break out. If it didn't have this drop here, I would have considered VWAP long there. But again, just the level 2 looks so bad on it. So didn't want to take it one way or the other at that time. And I don't see anything else that I love, guys. DELL trying to push higher. I don't consider this too much of a VWAP breakout. It's just choppiness, and they're still at the top of their range. So I be careful with these type of fake outs. It did it here, did it again here, and now it's doing it now. Not saying it's not going to work, but again, when you're trading like this, my confidence of you going higher very low.
Well, Tesla would have worked.
Would have worked.
Like
yeah,
Tesla's working, but
somehow, some way.
But it wasn't clean. It was not clear or clean. So I'll give you that, because I mean I was watching it and I just, again, if I got a better entry, maybe it would have been worth the risk. But from where we were seeing it, low 438s, I didn't see it worth the risk on the entry. So anyways, it's not like it's moved $5, right? They could really
it's only $1. Only
it's
a dollar,
$1.50, depending where you might have got an entry. So
I mean, I keep looking at the numbers. Like, look at the massive numbers, and these numbers are not far out, guys. These are right here: 438.30, 438.20. I mean, the imbalance is clearly to the upside, right? So 437 has some more. We couldn't get to this and break through it early when I was in the trade, and now we're already bouncing higher, trying to bounce higher. Let's see. But it's trading very weird, and this could be the reason why, because just the way the imbalance is, it's just weird. It's just weird the way that looks today. But the charts are saying Down, down, down.
Yeah, the
So
chart's saying down. The imbalance or
yeah,
the level two, the Atlas is saying up. So, like you said,
it's
you know,
it's a
in your
tricky one.
the math ain't mathing.
The math ain't mathing, man. That's it.
Yeah.
What's the name of the channel for Andrew's trading? Sorry, I couldn't make out what you were saying. So bearabletraders.com, right? You got to go there, and he trades live for our members. He's in there now with them, trading live, and Brian and the gang are there trading live this morning. So I'll give you a sneak peek. But this is his channel here, Bearable Traders YouTube. It's his channel, but he trades live for our members in our community. There he is on PLTR. My goodness, that's a beautiful textbook 1 minute engulfing pattern. Very, very strong pattern, man. When you can see this, take advantage. Add it. Partial. Back in it for the break of the high of the day. Getting it now. There it is. Got his order waiting to be filled. And clearly, look at this. This is a beautiful level 2 data. We're not getting that on like DELL. We're not getting that with other tickers. It's just not looking all that good. So.
It's just under 5 minutes. We're going to have our friends at Spot Gamma joining us. So a little bit of different on the program today. It looks like it's actually going to be Brent that's going to be joining us. So Matt has joined us in the past. Brent is going to be joining today. He's going to talk about the Spot Gamma. He's going to share a screen, sort of show you the tool, how it works, talk about some market analysis, and and you can ask him questions. So feel free. Let's make this interactive. And remember, we love your thumbs. So if you can stick them in the air virtually.
Careful with the words, Peter.
Happy.
Careful with the words.
I'm trying to walk that line.
Fine tune that line, baby. Fine tune that line.
Yeah.
Pivot.
Yeah. Pivot. Yeah. Great quote. What's going on? Is that you? Where's all this Velcro coming from? Oh no, that's Andrew.
What are you getting?
Andrew's taking his blood pressure right now. Why is he doing that? What the heck?
Is he doing like a study? Well, how the blood pressure
I think
reacts
he's putting on
when
a
he
blood
trades?
pressure cuff.
This is good. This is like professional trading, man. This is like the stuff you see in Wolf of Wall Street. Hey, how's his blood pressure? Get him out of the trade.
Take the blood pressure. You know when they used to get like an IV,
Yes.
drip, just so they get pump it right in your veins. Got to keep the adrenaline going.
Yeah, no, I like it, man. Keep him awake, and it's awesome stuff, man.
Yeah. I was like here because I have the chat room going on in my headphones, and I was like, I just heard all this Velcro. I'm like, what is happening? But Andrew, I guess he needs to take his blood pressure after his 2 big successful trades. PLTR and SMCI both worked very well for him. So again, he is a master at finding these.
Yes.
How he does it, it's impressive. So if you want to take advantage of that, be part of that history made every day, you got to join the Bearable Trading community, join the chat room, and you can share it with Andrew.
Yeah.
All right. So let me, Carlos, I know sometimes when we get too many screens shared, maybe I'll stop sharing my screen.
Yeah, cut yours, and once they're on, I'll switch them over here and get them all connected.
Yep.
All right, guys.
So we're still watching. Yeah, Carlos and I are still a little sad about Tesla. Tesla, again, I got an early sort of a great entry, partial, and then a stop out. Unfortunately, Carlos, you got a full loss on that one.
Yes.
It did come back down. Both of us were like, I just don't think so, right? Like it just wasn't, didn't look good. As it turns out, it worked. But frankly, I mean, if I look at the way it worked, I mean, look at the wiki candles. It really wasn't clear. Like it wasn't like it just charged downward. It did move down, but not, it could, especially when you look at that compared to an SMCI chart or PLTR in the other direction. Those look like clearer charts to me. So anyways,
and it'll be interesting what it does here at 437, because here's where we have a hard time breaking through. But it looks like now we're pushing through that. See, now we're getting through that 437.
We'll see if we can get this low of day. Interesting, the second minute of the day, it spiked to a low of 436.68, which it hasn't broken yet. It came within a
Yeah,
penny.
that's just yep.
I don't know what's
It
special
is
about that level. I don't have any daily levels there, but for
no.
whatever
Besides
reason,
the low of the day, well,
there you
nice
go.
new low of the day now. There it is.
Yeah, by a couple of cents. There you go. Okay, so now it's pushing a little bit lower.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's sometimes the levels like that just hold. So we'll see where
Yeah.
it goes.
Yep.
It
That's
looks
it,
like
man.
it might
That's
be
just
clear down to 436. Anyways, look, we're just watching. So
yeah.
it is
We're
what it
just
is.
watching it. It is what it is. I would have got into that trade, but again, just all the signals were not lining up, and you just can't take trades like that, right? Stick to Cat 1, Cat 2 trades as we speaking. So we teach you guys in P Capital, basic category, A type trades, A plus. Take your B's once in a while, but stick to the A plus stuff is gonna save you a lot of money in the long run and headaches. DELL just can't buy a direction, long or short. It's just sideways, sideways,
DELL,
sideways.
DELL
Here,
is
I
not
actually
good.
thought, okay, maybe it's actually gonna break out after bouncing back up here and coming back up to 425. Oh, it has a chance. Nope, doesn't have a chance. Right back down. It's
No
just
chance.
ugly. No chance. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Microsoft has a better chance of breaking the high of the day than DELL does here, as it's trying to get above that 441. PLTR going to 155. PLTR has a beautiful market atlas, and it's trading like that this morning too. You can see it here.
I'm just surprised that Andrew didn't take NVDA. That's one of his normal plays. I
Yeah,
guess he
he'll
was
be in
focused
right on there.
PLTR and
Mhm.
SMCI, both of which worked for him. So,
Yep.
but NVIDIA, we were looking at that, Carlos, at that breakthrough, but again, it just took off without a pullback. So
Yeah.
it didn't give us an opportunity on NVIDIA. We had an eye on it, but didn't give us the entry, unfortunately.
All right, Tesla is actually working out better than I thought it would. So good drop there. Friends, I don't see anything else that's that is setting up nicely for my type of trade at the moment. ASTC now halted to the downside, popped up, opened up, back down. 4184 is where the halt is at on ASTC. So we'll see if
ASTC, man.
it's going to drop lower.
That's
here.
crazy. That's crazy. I don't care what you say. This is a $2 stock.
Yeah.
With crazy people that say they're going to open a manufacturing plant on the moon. Like, I mean,
On the moon,
seriously?
Yes.
Seriously. And you think that's worth 50 anyways, I just sometimes the market you just have to shake your head.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now it's perfect. But you know what? This is beautiful. And I would have thought about it long if it didn't had this drop here and level 2 looked messy. You guys saw when we looked at it, but look at it go now. Now I finally turn on the engines and it is going. So if you're trading high of day, you had a good opportunity. High of the pre-market day. If you have any of these strategies, this is your type of play here. It wasn't mine, so I was not gonna be able to join this action here. Maybe even an ABCD pattern. I got an A, B, C. I'm not an ABCD pattern trader, but you got an ABCD pattern here also forming for this breakout. So yeah, man, a lot of opportunities are now. Traded so well yesterday, and today is back at it again. So unfortunately, Peter and I did not get on that boat, and I don't see anything else that looks great this morning for a potential entry right now. But it's only 10:03, guys. Still got a long day to go. We'll figure out what is in play. What's up? Oh, okay. Let me get Brent set up. I see him connected here. So give me a second as I get him all set up here. Get them on the screens. Okay. All right, guys, as we mentioned earlier, we're going to have Spot Gamma coming on today to chat with us, take a look at the markets, talk a little bit about their product and how it can help us as traders. And you guys are more than welcome to ask questions in chat, and we will get those answers to you.
Oh yeah, look at that. Look at the time. It's well after 10 now.
Time flies. All right, let me check if this is working.
Get them all connected there. We have Brent. I can see him queued up and sitting in the background, so he's ready to go once we get him live on the stream here.
Okay, I got him. Good morning, Brent. How are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Good.
Fantastic.
Good.
Fantastic. A little bit of a quiet trading morning for us here. Is the choppy markets again today. I mean, not on everything. You got some stuff that's moving, but and the market themselves, of course, I feel this is so boring. All-time highs. How about some more all-time highs? What the hell? Why not?
Yeah, it's wild times, man. Every time you think you've seen kind of everything, and I've been around for a little while now, and like just keeps getting weirder. So here we are.
Exactly. It's exactly it, right? We're just like all you can do is sit back, man, grab a drink, and say, all right, well, let's just see where it goes. Am I going to continue to take advantage of it? Hell yeah, but I just don't understand it. But I'll take advantage when I can.
That's right, and you got to make hay while the sun shines. Is the famous quote, and
yep.
I think that what I'm seeing now is we're starting to get to, when you're like driving down the street, you guys have yellow lights I don't even know if you're in Canada or not. I don't know who's in Canada and who's not.
No,
you guys have yellow lights in Canada,
yeah.
right? You get to that intersection and like the yellow light is on, you're like, dang, I gotta like speed up quick or I'm gonna miss that light. Like I think we're at that moment. Like the red light is almost there and we're trying to make it through the intersection, and like that's kind of where we're at.
All right. I like that analogy. That works.
And I say that because like call values in particular are starting to get they're getting out of control. And, this goes for, all right, you want to tell me that Micron and some of these other names are going through this repricing that's completely validated by, current metrics or whatever. Who am I to argue with that? But you're starting to see the values in index calls really start to surge, particularly with stuff like the Qs. Where Qs are now exhibiting the classic stock up, vol up, right? So that's the kind of situation where we're just getting a little bit too wild, I think, here. And so I'm calling this kind of the later innings of the of this kind of move, and I'm really watching mid-June as like when all these things start to line up that could really, I don't want to say pop the bubble, but could lead to some pretty good sized mean reversion. So that's the kind of landscape I'm looking at now. It's like, let's try to get in and out of some of these things that are moving 20% a day, like a DELL, if you're lucky enough to catch something like that. But, understanding that we're likely due for some type of mean reversion. And like, of course, the joke is going to be one day when we correct 10% that we're back to where we were 2 weeks ago. But, that's the way that this whole thing works, I'm not someone that sees farther out than really kind of like a month or two at a time, at most. So, so kind of later innings is the way that I'm looking at this.
Makes sense. And why don't we let's back up a second for everybody because we had some people that are with us for a very long time here on YouTube and some that might be new. So Brent, maybe you can describe, so what you do is Spot Gamma and Spot Gamma itself in the background, and so they know what we're talking about here.
Yeah, my first thing, as you can tell, is I just start talking a lot. That's kind of my first, the first thing about who I am. So just launch off on stuff. But what Spot Gamma does is we analyze the options market and we try to use that to help us navigate how stocks are going to trade. And so the idea here is that the options market continues to grow in size, more and more and more volume, more 0DTE, Monday, Wednesday, Friday expirations, for example, in the top stocks. And we look at how that flow is going to be hedged by the market makers, and market makers hedge with stock. And so when they hedge with stock, they drive stock prices. And so we try to figure out the levels that matter and the volatility or the momentum that can be driven by those hedging flows. And so I've been doing this since January of 2020. That's when I launched Spot Gamma. Before that, I had 20 years of experience at Credit Suisse, Bank of America, Wolverine. I was a broker there, options market maker. I worked for a family office for a little while, and then I launched Spot Gamma in Jan 2020. Using these models that help us to analyze how stocks are moving around. And so that is everything we do here. And as the options market has grown, I think it's made sort of paying attention to stocks, paying attention to the options market more important for analyzing those stock flows.
Well, we agree with you on that. In fact, that we have a couple more, increasingly more members, I guess, that are focused on the options market, because it does give you some indication, right, of movement, especially when we're talking earnings, right? It can help you understand where things are going. And then on a regular day, you sort of understand where the interest lies. I mean, the options, frankly, usually the option market gets what they want. So if you can figure out where that volume sits, you have a good idea of where a stock is likely to move, because the follow the money, as they say, and the option market is a good way to do that.
And that's a good point too, is like, if you don't, if I need to convince you of hedging flows and how that works, all that, I'm happy to do that, but you can't really dispute options prices, right? Options prices are interesting because you can get a lot of information out of there. How expensive are call prices relative to put prices, for example? How expensive are options near term versus out in time? And that tells you a lot about how the market is pricing things, for example. And I think that can be really valuable. Also, we also know when options positions are going to change, right, at options expirations. And so in stocks, you maybe don't have quite that same level of perception, right? You can't see into those details quite as good as you can with the options market. Now we're getting a lot of great data from exchanges that tell us exactly who and why are buying. Well, not necessarily why, but who is buying and selling options. So we can really dig into the details of that and say, okay, we know people are buying these options, as opposed to sort of trying to model it out, right? We get a lot more detail and we can be a little bit more exact with our models now with a lot of this new data. And so I think it's making it more powerful. And as the options market, again, continues to grow, there's just a lot more notional value trading around relative to a lot of these levels.
I love it. Now, did you have a screen that you wanted to share with us? Or are we just going to have a conversation about it?
I'm happy to share my screen. I'll bring that up now.
If you want, it'd be good to get people an understanding of, some of the, what the tech actually looks like, I guess, and what the tool looks like. Carlos, while he's doing that, I know you're getting things ready. Look at that. Tesla worked famously, Carlos. You and we weren't brave enough to jump in.
I know, man. I'm kicking myself right now on this one, but it is what it is.
Yep.
It's Tesla and NVIDIA in particular are just so funny because they're just not moving. It's like that famous meme, you like poke it with a stick and you're like, what,
do something. Do something.
Yeah. I for one thought that it was really going to start to catch a bid into the SpaceX IPO, and that's on about 2 weeks from now, right? And it just is really quite sluggish. And NVIDIA too, if it's the center of the whole AI revolution, it's like, well, it's not really jumping that. And I think a lot of the Mag 7s actually are pretty sluggish here, while the these, I don't want to call them second tier, but sort of the more AI specific names, I guess, are jumping. But what you're seeing on your screen here, we call this Trace. And Trace is an incredible tool for analyzing what we call gamma flows in the S&P 500. And really what you need to know about this is it updates every minute. But the fact that the map is blue, or that shade of purple, tells us that where market makers are going to kind of support or hold the market in, or where their trading could make things a little bit more volatile. So what do I mean by that? This is where the S&P is trading right now, obviously. So there's your 7,600 line. And when you see these purple bars over here, what does this mean? This means that traders, hedge funds, have been selling calls. So as the market has moved up, you can see they're short all these calls. That makes the market makers what we call long, right? And so why is that important? Well, if the street is selling calls to the market makers and they're long, this means that they're going to sell stock in this level. So that's right at this 7,600 level. So the darker the blue is above, that's more resistance above. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And then you see here down to 7,560, it's much lighter in terms of color. And so, this is still a shade of purple, I would call it. It's not red. Red is like a area where you would like slip through that zone pretty quickly. So if I'm looking at this map and the way it's setting up right now, we're seeing this resistance line build up for 7,600 today. And then the next support is all the way down here at 7,560. And so what does this mean? This means that resistance is building overhead, as you can see here. And so I don't really want to be long into the market that has a lot of this resistance. Doesn't mean necessarily that I want to short right now, but I'm like, hey, I don't, it's been milked for the moment. This map updates every minute. Positions change every minute, so you'd be seeing that. The second thing that I want to bring up here is this purple line. This purple line, every single trade that takes place in the S&P 500, so it's SPDRs and SPX, in real time, we measure the hedging flow associated with that. And so when that line goes down, it's telling me that people are doing one of two things. They're selling calls or they're buying puts, and that's in the SPX. So when we hit 7,600, look at what the market did. They sold calls and they bought puts, and they did that to the tune of $2 billion, even a little bit more if you go, all the way up here to down here. So about $3 billion. So that is actual real-time flow selling those positions. You see those positions set up right here, and so the market is selling that high, right? Now, does that mean the top is in for all future perpetuity? No, but it means for today, there's a lot of evidence to suggest, at least in the short term here, that we're setting up for a little bit of a pullback. And so that's the way that I would look at this right now. And you could lose a good 10, 20 handles at this moment. 10 or 20 handles nowadays is only about, what, 30 bips. It doesn't even mean anything. Like, I'm old enough to remember when 20 handles was almost 1% move. So it's that's what you're seeing kind of here in real time, is just this sort of resistance building up a little bit. But that is all taking place in the context of this map, which, if I zoom way out on it, is overall very purple, right? You can see above here it's red, but that's way up at 7,700. But this fact that this is all purple is kind of telling us that this market remains overall well supported. And so if there is a little bit of a pullback here, that's a dip that probably gets bought. And so as we go into like day-to-day trading at the moment, it's like this is still day-to-day a stable regime. You're going to get like some swings inside of that, obviously, on an intraday basis, but this is what I was saying before. It's like we're at that yellow light where it's like, let's speed through the intersection. We're not clearly at that, everybody watch out moment yet. But I think as we creep to kind of another week from now, we're going to start to get into that area of like higher concern. I wanted to show you a couple of things, if I could, a couple of metrics as to why the call prices, I think, are getting a little crazy. And we could talk about some individual stocks too if you want. But one of the metrics that I love, and anyone can pull this up, so I like showing it, is Core. It's called Core 1M. Core 1M is a SIBO index. It's called the correlation index. That sounds pretty complicated, but I just want you to think about this as like excessive bullishness in call options. Okay. The lower you go on this, the more excessive the bullishness is. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So what you see right now is this is the line at which I start to get worried about calls creating crashy markets. And I say crashy because it's a sign that we're sort of like crashing up, but that's also a sign that we're likely to have what I like to call as a spasm to the downside. It's kind of like a freak out. And when we get below 8 on this metric, this is telling us that call prices are getting kind of crazy. And so if you go back and you look at the returns of the SPX for when we go below 8 on this, we have some pretty violent crashy moves to the downside. The most famous of those situations, you can see here, this correlation metric hit its all-time low in July of 2024. Do you guys remember 2024, July 2024?
July.
This is like when NVIDIA was going up like 10% a day, and like Jensen was like signing that lady's shirt. You remember that? Or you shot it on her chest. You remember how crazy that period was?
I remember that, yeah.
So like if you go back and you look at how bananas that whole movement was, and this is my kind of like thesis, and I've been talking about this a lot, so I got this line set up on here. But this is July of 2024. All right, this is NVIDIA stock here. And at the time, it was like that's all we could talk about is NVIDIA. So started 2024 to enter in July, the stock was up 180% for the year. Right. And this stock was dominating everything we talked about. Does that sound familiar? I mean, Micron is doing this exact same thing right now, even bigger. And then if you just look at the SPX, what did the SPX do? I know I got a lot of lines on this chart, so I'll clean that up here in a minute for you. But this is what the market did into July of 2024. You can see it was a really big, strong move here, right? So I have to map this out for everybody here, just to put this in context. We're up about 20% into July of 2024. Now, what happened remember, I just showed you the all-time low in correlation happened in July of 2024. That metric made its all-time low. Look at what happens right after that, right? The stock market dropped 10% in a little under a month. So again, you look back, well, Brent was up 20% for the year, so we're still up 10% for the year. And if you're a long-term holder in your 401k and all that, okay, that was painful, but you're still up. But as traders, like 10% in a month is a big move, right? We would all be feeling that. But what else happened? Do you remember what happened in August of 2024? You remember how weird things got?
No, not offhand. What?
I'm going to give you all a hint. This is the VIX index. And I'm going to show you the candle chart from 2024 and see if it refreshes your memory. This is the candle chart of 2024 August 2024. Do you remember like there were like the VIX index broke and it printed over 60 on Monday morning? Do you remember that? And they're like yen carry trade or something. Do you remember all that?
Yeah.
So market dropped 10%. And then we had this is one of the biggest prints of the VIX ever. Like
Right.
if you go back and you look at 60, that's that mark right there, right? I mean, you literally have to go back to the COVID crash and before that, the great financial crisis to find another print that was like August of 2024. And so why am I putting this all together? It's because you have these options prices that just get absolutely bananas to the upside. And like the saying is, you can't destroy energy, right? Like all that upside energy's got to go somewhere. And it's not like when you mean revert, you just don't go back to average, you go through average, right? So vol goes from piled into calls to panic downside. Equity markets freak out. You get VIX printing. It doesn't print, but it marks over 60. And people say, well, that doesn't count. The calculation broke. Well, that's a function of liquidity, right? What happened on that morning is market makers are freaking out. They didn't know what was going on. They made the markets on everything $10, $20 wide when it's normally $1 wide. And suddenly the VIX, which is the calculation of those spreads basically, blows out to 60. And you're like, holy cow, like what just happened? So this is all a related thing. And then so like when I go back to this correlation metric and I just say, hey, look at Core 1M, which is this thing that everyone can look at and see that it's printing at this level now or marked at this level now that is kind of getting into this red light territory, right? Like we start to have some of these freakouts here. And this is again where things get kind of nasty. So like let's just take a look at what happened last time that this went under. It was January 5th, right, of 2026. So we just take a look at the most recent time and here's that start of January, right? And we start to crash about a month after that. We start to draw down pretty sharply. Now, the Iran war starts to come in right around the same period, but you can see when we get into those kind of crazy levels, if that was your red alert, that was the high of the market, right? That's kind of where we made these highs. So, is this time different with AI and all that sort of stuff? I don't think it's ever different. And again, I'm not saying the all-time highs in, but when you're looking for that, hey, let's take a break here, hold some of our gains and just start to calm down and like assess the situation, like we're kind of getting into that moment, if that makes sense. I want to show you something. So I write a founder's note every day and I talk about a lot of these dynamics. And I wanted to show you this chart. Everybody here is pretty much familiar with skew rank and IV rank. Is that right? Generally?
That might be
All right.
maybe not.
All right, let me explain this a little bit.
Yeah.
So what is IV rank? IV rank goes from 0 to 100, and IV, implied volatility, tells us how expensive the options are, right, on a ranked basis. So on Micron right now, you have an IV rank of 100 because options are pricing in the most movement of that stock over the last year. And the stock's been going crazy for a while, right? Generally, options IV spikes when stuff is crashing. So like if the VIX goes to 60, you'll see like the spider IV be near 100, for example. And what is skew rank? Skew rank is pretty easy. It's how expensive is a call relative to a put. So the higher the rank is on here for skew rank, that means that calls are more expensive than puts. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So look at this chart. This is your ranking. I bucketed them, right? So there's 0 to 100, and here's your call prices relative to puts, 0 to 100. And I plotted over the last, since 2024, I took the top 25 stocks in the S&P on the left here, and then the top 25 stocks in the NASDAQ, and I just plotted out every day. So like if NVIDIA has a IV rank of 40 and a skew rank of 70, I put a plot in for that box. Does that make sense? So you get this heat map. Why does all this matter? Because these plots are where the current values are for the top 25 stocks. You see all these orange dots?
Mm-hmm.
So what is this telling us? This is telling us that the call prices relative to puts, so 100 means calls are very rich relative to puts. All of the top stocks in the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 all have a call rank or a skew rank of 90 plus. That means calls are richer now than they've been over 90% of the time over the last year. So this is every single name is basically max bullish. And then the other thing you see about it is in the NASDAQ in particular, the IV rank is extremely high. Why does that matter? Because to get an IV rank of 60, 80, 100, you have to be kind of crashing. So what is this telling us? These stocks are all crashing up, and you've now hit the most extreme readings that you can get, not just over the last year, but I went back and plotted this over the last 2 years or 3 years now, basically 2.5 since 2024, right? So when I was talking about before about how call or options prices can inform us about how people are positioned, in this case, it's telling us that we are at the most extreme positioning and pricing that we can get. And the problem with that is that, Peter, if you're sitting here saying, well, Brent, I really like Texas Instruments or AMD, I want to buy a call. You're buying calls at prices that are more expensive than they've been in the last basically 3 years, and you're paying more for those options than you've paid in the last 3 years. That's hard to make money buying calls on a stock like that in that situation, right? Those options are expensive. And generally, as traders here, we typically don't make money by buying super expensive stuff, right? That's typically not how it goes. Right. And so you look at this data here, and again, I'm using that stoplight analogy. It's like, holy cow, man, like we're starting to get just sort of like in this very late age, or late stage movement here. And how does that correlation, or how do you start to pop that bubble or bring that mean reversion? It's going to take a headline or an event, right? The headline could come at any moment. It could be Trump tweets, death to Iran or whatever. Hopefully we get peace in the Middle East and all that sort of stuff, but something like that, or some little spasm. It could be like a company like Uber came out a few weeks ago. I was like, we got to cut our AI off because the tokens aren't working that right. So do we get another tweet or story like that, right? Does oil start to move up because the strait is still closed? Those could all be situations. The other thing that I wanted to point out here was, look at all of these catalysts. I kind of overwrote because there's so many catalysts, but look at all these catalysts that are lining up in mid-June. So we have CPI on the 10th. We have SpaceX IPO. I believe that's still projected for the 12th. Then on the 17th, you have FOMC. It's the first one with Warsh. Plus you have VIX expiration. Then after that, you have OPEX. It's going to be one of the bigger options expirations we've ever had. And oftentimes options expirations bring a pause or reversion to stocks. Like just to put that into context, look at here, into OPEX, right? We had a small pullback, right at OPEX. What about April? We had this pullback. I mean, I don't even call it a pullback, but you saw the rate of change, the rate of trend change. See that? We rip into OPEX, you kind of cool off, then you rip again. What about March OPEX? Was a low in the market. So you look at this window, hot inflation print. What is SpaceX going to bring to us? Well, like, how do you buy a $2 trillion IPO? You got to sell some of the other stocks, for example. So all of these things are lining up just as we get through the intersection with the yellow light, and it's like, oh man, like we're getting close to this catalyst-rich environment. And so again, we're still seeing the bullish excess, DELL up 20-30% today. Some of these other moves that keep coming, but again, a little bit kind of long in tooth in that respect. And last, I'll just round out because I know I've been talking a lot at you guys as opposed to sort of with you. If you just look at the top stocks again here, this is the NASDAQ, right? And the QQQs, it has now positioning that is more bullish than it's been 98% of the entire last year. But that in and of itself is a major signal. But the second one is the IV rank at 38. IV rank was at 38 on like mid-March to late March when we were crashing because we were going to war with Iran. So again, the index itself is crashing up. And to me, say what you want about an individual stock like Micron, because the analysts have all told us now it's cheap still. The index itself doing this is another sign that, like, okay, it's getting a little bit wild. And so, that's how I kind of put all this together. That's really what I've been looking at. I know that doesn't have to do with individual stock trading ideas. We can dig into that for sure. But I kind of wanted to lay out how I was looking at the market here and some of the signs that I'm seeing. So summarize it again, like late stage, not yet, but we're just talking about the drawdown in the market right here just a second ago. And now you see that pullback right here. So proof is in the pudding, I suppose.
I love the analogy that you got on the stoplight, because you're right. It feels like everybody's accelerating to get through this intersection, which means, it feels like the market's actually moving faster, higher, but it could come to a screeching halt as soon as that light turns red. The problem is we just don't know exactly when that's going to change. Right. So
yeah, and that's 100% right. And so, the way that I treat this, just to just to make sure I put it into context is, and this is what I wrote in my note this morning is, it's like a sandwich. It's like my short position is the full sandwich, but I don't eat the sandwich, one bite. Like it's the famous Vance settings. Like you take a bite, right? So it's like I'm gonna put a little position on now because I don't want to see the tweet break the market tomorrow. I was like, dang, I didn't make any money on that. So I put a little
Right.
position on. I wait a little bit longer. If the market starts to go my way, I'm going to lean into that, right? And the catalysts aren't quite there yet. Now, this weekend, who knows, right? You could get a crazy geopolitical situation or whatever. It's like it doesn't take much. So, you nibble on it. The other thing, as I said in my note this morning, is the great thing about this is nobody wants puts, Peter. Like nobody wants them at all. So they're cheap. So if you're wrong buying cheap options, like don't get me wrong, that stinks. But if you're wrong buying super expensive AMD calls right now, you're going to feel that as opposed to like I bought, 2 month out, 3 month out S&P puts. My carry on that kind of stinks. The Brent's thesis didn't really play out. All right, I'm getting like a little ding here. It's not, it's not anything that you can't recover from. And not only that, most people probably have a lot of gains because they just own something that has memed over the last 2-3 months. So, you're just peeling off a little bit of insurance income into some cheap puts. And so the risk reward here of starting to nibble on shorts, I think, is also just really nice because again, if I'm totally wrong and the market doesn't correct, like you didn't lose anything material or you shouldn't, right?
Right. Right. I like that. That's another good analogy. Yeah, you gotta take one bite of the sandwich at a time, so that you position yourself. Hopefully, so when the big move happens, hopefully it happens within your within your time frame. You can shove the rest of the sandwich in your face.
That's right. And look here, you're getting off of these blue bars. I mean, this is exactly what we talked about before, like into these support levels. Now you see the options indicator starting to go up, right? They got short the market, it goes down. Now they're going to buy that dip back. And this isn't biblical 3% moves, but these are tradable shifts. You catch 20 handles in the S&P, you're probably going to be pretty happy about, about yourself. So I don't know if you want to look at some other kind of interesting single stock ideas. I know you guys were talking Tesla and NVIDIA. Are there any other ones that are coming up now that you kind of want to dig into a bit?
Yeah, I've seen some comments from individuals like Flash and others that say this is great and that they're using the data. If you guys have specific stocks you want us to take a look at, we're happy to take your recommendations. I mean, this morning, Carlos and I were just happening to trade Tesla. Of course, NVIDIA has been on everybody's mind for the last 2 years, as it's been dominating the conversation for a while now. But yeah, whatever it is you want to take a look at, I see PLTR is coming up here. So okay,
yeah, let's take a look at that. I want to show you guys. DELL quickly because this is really interesting. I do Q&As with the Spot Gamma members. I do them every Monday and Thursday. And we were talking about DELL yesterday and the idea of when is a move going to peter out in a stock when you have an extreme move, right? Like what is the upper and lower bound?
Right.
And I always find this interesting because we talked about this exact chart last night. And so, you can go and watch the webinar on our YouTube channel. But what we talked about is this is the hedging flow driven by put options and the hedging flow by call options, right? And so, you could say that looks a little bit like a little bit, some people are new to that. And so all this is basically telling you is when does the hedging flow die off? And if these lines are flat, like parallel to the bottom of the chart, that means there's no more hedging flow for the market makers in these situations, right? Because these lines are flat. You'll also notice that these are call positions and these are put positions. And so when you get down here kind of under 200, the positions are basically gone, right? Where else do you see the positions basically gone as well to the upside? Right over 400. See that? Now this is based on last night's closing data as well. So what is interesting to me about this is Dell's at 415. If you look at where the strikes end up or like where there's no longer any positions, it's right here. Like over 410, there's like basically no more positions, right? The hedging flow is completely done. So when you think like, is DELL, why does DELL move to that level? And is it kind of safe to bet on some consolidation here? Well, there's no more options positions above here anymore. And so from my view, there's nothing else to drive the stock higher. Now, people can add some more positions and stuff here, but the rate of change thing gets very interesting above here because there's no more positions there. And then you say, well, how are people treating the stock? Look what happened this morning. So this is that same options indicator, the live real-time feed. And the reason this is interesting to me is because stock opens and you see the purple line goes up, right? And the purple line goes up and then the stock gets to be about 425 and then the buyers are gone. And I say the buyers are gone because the purple line is just flat. So we had $300 million of hedging flow in the first kind of 15 minutes, and no one else is buying this thing anymore, right? It just has died off. Whereas if Dell had produced like a new, I don't know what they would have to produce to make this more exciting. A new alien spaceship that we could all get on and fly to Mars tomorrow. People would still be buying calls, right? And you would see that building. You'd see that purple line going up. So I think this is interesting in that, you figure like every hedge fund in the world, every smart retail trader in the world, they're all going to trade options. They're going to buy calls if this is good. And like the flow right now is pretty much died off, right? So the buyers are gone, which syncs up with that other chart, which I think is pretty curious.
And if you look at I'm looking at the stock price on my own chart here, and it's right that exact time, right between 9:50 and 10 o'clock when the Dell topped on its price and just started to sell off. But interestingly, it sold off pretty much right to where you said 410. You bet that's exactly where it sort of found its first level of support and is holding now just above that. So that's fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I don't think I'd sit there and be like, hey, I want to buy a put in that thing, for example, as much as like maybe short some calls, right? Those are two different trades. Selling a call means the thing is probably just going to plane out, maybe not go up so much. Whereas buying a put is like it's going to crash. I don't have any reason to get a crash, but I do have evidence to say like, okay, time for consolidation. Now, Palantir looks more bullish on a relative basis, right? It's only 10:30 in the morning. The 30-day range for this, and this is dollar values, right? So this is $300 million. We're doing 343. The biggest of the last 30 days is $414 million, right? The other thing to note here is that you can see this is trending up the whole day. And the longer this trends, particularly after you get after 11 o'clock, if you trend still after 11, that's telling you that somebody big is in the name, kind of, because the big guys use an algo to get their options positions on, right? So they'll leg the position over the day. So that's that consistent buying support. So that looks a lot more constructive to me than Dell, right? And so, that I think is really great. And if you want to look at levels in that, and we could check out Palantir here. There's a ton of positions right here, down here at 145. We're obviously moving through that, and you're starting to get up into this area where there's not very many positions left, as you can see here, right? We're really getting thin up into this 160 area. So over 160 seems to be a little bit tricky for me. So if I'm long this thing on a 10% up day, I look at that 160 level maybe as where these positions really start to die out. What's interesting about Palantir is there's somebody that trades this every single week. They sell a call, and they sell a pretty big call, and it expires every single week. And so, for this next week, they're going to roll this position up. So you're going to see this big bar establish itself probably right here, something like that. So, Palantir, that hero signal was pretty bullish, but I'm thinking 160 is probably where this thing starts to peter out, at least in the short term here for today.
That makes sense, and it looks like it's heading there. So we'll see what happens if and when it gets there.
Yeah, and what about your and my beloved Tesla? I mean, I am again pretty surprised that this thing just can't catch a bid. But SpaceX, I think they actually marked that IPO down. They said the valuation may be coming in, but look at how heavy this is. Minus 1.4 billion. The 30-day range is minus 1.6 billion. The interesting thing about this too is this measures only 0 DTE flow, right? So that's flow tied to today. A lot of times Tesla will be completely dominated by 0 DTE, but it's not. There's a divergence there, and it picked up really after the open. And so longer dated traders are coming in and they're bearish on this thing. They're selling calls and possibly buying puts. Negative, we call that negative delta trades or bearish trades. And that is really leaning on that stock in a pretty heavy way today. So in a tape that cannot help but go up, Tesla just cannot catch a bid, and it's really, that's not a good look at all.
It's not a good look. No, and the stock is seeing the effect of that. It's all the way back down to 430 right now. So yeah, it's sold off.
Yeah, and so you see this. I was mentioning the 0 DT stuff. Nobody cares about NVIDIA today. This is the 0 DT flow. It's bigger or higher than the other expiration flow. This thing too can trade $1 billion here or there. Nobody cares. It's like it's almost like an Apple. It's like your grandfather's like version of AI or something. Like no one talks about Apple anymore, really. It's like NVIDIA is like very quickly moving that, which is hilarious because it was like the marquee stock for so long. It's just kind of fascinating. The big bullish flow today, if I sort our hero signal, Oracle, the more to the right we are. Look at Salesforce, and huge bid into that. Stock's at 190. There's your Dell, obviously. ServiceNow. So the software names are broadly just picking up a bid, no doubt about that. Today is month end, so there could be a little bit about that, a little involved there. Quantum, IBM, and software, so that thing is moving pretty well. What about the downside? Gap, I didn't even know Gap was still open. Costco, pretty ugly. There's your Tesla. Kind of a smattering of Hood is interesting that's fairly bearish considering that stock is up a little bit. And look at Google, man. I mean, 378, that's pretty wild. In this tape that, again, that thing can't really catch a bid either. And so what you're seeing here is not massively bearish flows in Google, but the fact that these mags aren't rallying anymore, I think is not a healthy sign for the market overall, kind of playing into the original thesis. It's like, this is getting a little perilous here.
Wow. Yeah. Great data that you can use. How about Micron? Can we take a look at Micron quickly?
Micron is an interesting one here because
wow.
This thing is trading at, I have a hard time articulating how much the options flow has grown in this thing.
Right.
And I was talking before about how important NVIDIA was to the market in July 2024, and Jensen is signing the latest shirt and all that sort of stuff. Micron now is the biggest stock in terms of premium traded. It's bigger than every other stock, which is incredible. Trades more than NVIDIA, trades more than Apple. It's trading more than the spiders and the Qs oftentimes now, which is just, it's like for me sitting here, it's like, that is incredible. That is like bottom of the ninth, you're down, you need a grand slam on the final pitch. And it's like, I can't believe that just happened. Like, that's the kind of thing that I see. And what do you see here is curious to me because the 0DTE flow, today's flow is dominating this thing, right? We did test the 1,000 area, maybe not quite, maybe more like 980, as you can see. So there was like a little bit of a longer dated bid in this morning, but that bid is now faded, and there's not, the bid isn't there anymore, which is weird to me, right? Like, what's going on with that? That's a very, very quiet signal in this thing. The other thing that I find interesting about this is, and this is going to be a little bit more of a sophisticated kind of options take here. So this to show you this model here, what this says is we look at how the buy side is positioned, right? And we say, okay, buy side, that's how you're positioned. The market makers have the opposite side of that position because they're the ones that traded against you. And that's what we're showing here. So what is the market maker position? And these lines are all positive, right? And this curve is positive. What does that tell us? That tells us that dealers have what's called a positive gamma position. A positive gamma position means that the market makers own the options. So they own the calls and they own the puts. Well, how do you get to be long calls and long puts? Someone's got to sell those to you, right? So what this is suggesting is that hedge funds are selling calls and selling puts. And you go, well, that's pretty weird because the stock is up so much. And like, why would people want to short calls in Micron? Like, Brent, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me, certainly as someone who believes, AI and da. I think these are either one, dispersion traders, or two, we call them vol traders. And what they're doing is they're selling options against buying stock. And I think that's what this is because every single strike here is positive on net, and it's materially positive. And so when you go back, why would they do this? Well, when I'm showing you those charts that show expensive options prices are, they want to trade that. They're not directional traders. They're saying, wow, the vol of these names is so rich. I want to sell that vol, right? And so they would do that against stock position. And so I'm seeing that type of activity in all of these different single stocks now where it's turning, in my view, it's turning from the fundamental story to like, okay, the vol's gotten so rich, the type of traders that's going to come in and start trading these things are these vol trader people who don't care about the underlying price movement, really. They care about the volatility of the options coming in. What's the number one way to get Micron vol to come down right now, by the way? Have the stock drop like 5%, well, 10%. Like get the stock to go down, then the vol is going to come down, which is just kind of interesting. So what does this mean? It's like, well, market makers own these positions, right? And so I think what this is basically saying is even though we're up here, I think that this is, and again, like a lot of the positions. So this is the position for Monday, we estimate, versus today. So a lot of these positions are going to expire today. That reduces that position quite a bit. But this kind of suggests to me that like the price should start to get relatively sticky. And I'm saying relative. The stock was moving 20% to 10% a day, 20% a day. So
Yeah.
relative is like, okay, again, consolidation maybe is kind of like I think the base case when you start to look at some of these things. Um,
So you don't
I
you
have
don't
a
think we're going to see any $100 days anytime soon again in Micron?
$100 upside, $100 downside. I
Well,
don't, I also don't know because I'll be also honest. The options prices were getting to be weird in mid-April as well. But then what happened after that is the earnings came out and the earnings just kept shocking everybody to the upside. You look at like an AMD, which went after several other names were up 20%, and they still had AMD mispriced. AMD was still up 20%, the day after. And
right.
I also laugh about this because all these analysts, when you go on Twitter now, they're like, no, the PE of Micron is cheap. You don't understand. And I go, how can you say that to me when you guys had mispriced Micron to the tune of 860% incorrectly not even a year ago? That stock's up 800%. Where were you not even a year ago to tell me that this thing was so cheap? I don't understand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the same people that totally missed this boat fundamentally are now
Yeah.
saying like, I don't know. What do I know? I don't know about that stuff. But
You know what? Don't get me started on analysts because that's exactly the game that gets played, right? Where they'll sort of conveniently ignore the recent past and then create a new narrative, and you're like, I don't like it. It doesn't track with what you were saying yesterday, right? So
yeah. So
and
this is as of yesterday, the daily put and call volume in Micron, for example. I mean, obviously it's not surprising that this is higher than it's ever been. This stock was $100 stock a year ago, I think it was. Not even.
yeah.
Nobody cared. Now it's top 10 in the S&P 500. It's it's really pretty shocking. I'm trying to find this chart.
Let's go back here on the open of the market, June 2nd, the first day of trading 2025. It was $94 stock.
And no one was sitting there telling me that this
Yeah.
thing could be a 10 bagger. And I understand like AI is accelerating, it's changing, but come on, man. So
Yeah.
this is the premium traded. So the SPX, the S&P index options, it's like a $1 trillion options complex, right? The biggest funds in the world trade size in this every single day. You have massive zero. I mean, it is incredible how big it is. It traded yesterday $3.9 billion of premium. Micron traded $1.8 billion. So it just trounces everything else here. And it's like, that is incredible. And the reason that this matters to me is because you hit a moment where you say, is one stock capable of moving the market super significantly? And there's been rolling moments like, I think, Tesla kind of like with the Trump election and that stock was going so crazy and the notional value there is just like dragging the market up. And like even GameStop back in Roaring Kitty, peak days, when it came out that like Melvin was short and the stock dropped or whatever it was, like the market reacted at the same time, right? And Nvidia, recent spates, right? And we've had Apple, those situations. Micron now is trading so much notionally in the options market. I think it is telling me that like basically Micron is the market. If that thing starts to go down at this moment, S&P's got to go down with it, right? Because look, S&P's going up right now, and all the mags are like not even they're not available. They're not even playing in this game right now. And so it's like this is sort of the market at the moment, or it just kind of represents. But the flows now are getting so big, notionally speaking, that that to me is signaling like, okay, this thing is the most important thing to the market at this moment. SpaceX seems like it's getting a drawdown now based on how Tesla's reacting, and I think they took the notional value down on that a little bit. So it's like maybe that's now a sideshow to this thing. And it's just getting to be again this moment with the flashing yellow light where you're like, the stars are really aligning here for this to kind of top out at least on a short term basis.
Yeah, I feel like Tesla's been very quiet, right? Like it used to be, as you said, a little more noisy in the market and seemed to have a little bit more of an impact. But you're right, it's taken almost a side seat. And I've been surprised by that, especially with the SpaceX IPO and the focus that that garnered over the last couple of weeks as we got some dates and some more clarity as to what's going to happen. But you're right, it just can't seem to overcome the insane amount of interest there is in these top semis. And we saw that this morning with Dell, right? I mean, Dell's a they're an infrastructure, boring equipment provider. Until yesterday, they were a boring equipment provider. Suddenly, so we care. Like Dell's been around since 1986.
Yeah.
Now we care.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and same thing with this one, right? It's like quantum, and you're like, oh, okay.
yeah,
And I think Intel also has people like, well, when Trump gets involved, like you don't want to short one of those stocks, and like, okay, and so like he's in the drones now, I guess, and whatever
yeah.
else, and so but
Drones
that
is
but that
early.
also is just like the excessive froth, right? It's like we want to front run this Trump trade now because he whispered the stock, and that's been a great strategy. So I'm not going to knock that or whatever, but you don't do that. You don't do this if you're worried about the macro situation. Like if rates go to 8%, you're not going to be sitting here going like, what's IBM going to do today? You're going to be like, crap, do I own any stock at all? How do I hedge this thing? What's going on? It's like, and that all ties back into this correlation index, right? Because what happens, like what makes correlation spike higher? Correlation spiking higher is when you go from like, look at when it spiked higher, right? End of March. End of March was like oil's going up, rates are breaking out, like show is over. No one's sitting there talking about do I buy Micron or do I buy IBM or like the quantum stocks, right? You're not having that conversation at the market lows because you're worried about do I own rates, do I own oil, do I own dollars, how do I hedge this thing?
Right.
So right now we're at the extreme opposite view of that, where this is all about stock picking. And we went through like phase one, which is like the AI story. Now we're at like, I got to buy the drones. I got to buy Iron because they may have a deal with Dell. I got to buy Dell because of this. It's like these second, third, fourth tier names that we want to sort of rush into. A lot of that is just because on the basis, like they haven't memed yet. So like we got to find the ones that haven't gone up 20% and just go after those. And like, we all know that cycle, the cycle, the cycle repeats. That's how that all works. And so the question now, again, to me is like the trigger's set to reset and have a big correction, but you still need that trigger. And I don't think it happens or it breaks on its own. You need that kind of like, maybe Trump says peace deal's off. Maybe someone comes out again and says like, I don't want these tokens that I paid for. I'm not sure. It's like, you remember in COVID, for example, when no one cared about COVID and like Tom Hanks got COVID and everyone was like, whoa, Tom Hanks got COVID. This is bad. Maybe Tom Hanks is like, I stopped using ChatGPT. I don't know.
Who knows? Yeah, it'll be something. Anyway, we got some good questions here that maybe we can get to in the chat. I just all the charts that you're showing us. This is all part of the Spot Gamma platform, right? That we're looking at.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you. And that's all part of the Spot Gamma platform. And so on that topic, were kind enough to let me present this to the Bull Bear community. So if you go to spotgamma.com/BB, please use that /BB link. You can scan that QR code or go to spotgamma.com/BB link. We're putting on an event, and we're going to talk about analyzing these market flows through the lens of the options market. And then we're going to talk a lot also about trading through like a poker lens. And I think this is interesting. And it also is pertinent to us because my partner, Matt, he kind of runs the business side of things and I run the options side of things. He's actually a ranked poker player. He's number 235 in the state of Minnesota, and he's playing at the World Series of Poker. I think it starts today, actually. And so he has set up a lot of this curriculum for this to help us analyze how you can use that sort of poker lens for bet sizing, for the Kelly betting, those kinds of ideas. Understanding the table, who you're trading against, those different kinds of lenses. So we're going to be covering dealer positioning flows, how you read those, setting up trade strategies, manage your book, when to size up, when to size down, all those different kinds of things. And also, this is going to be 9th, 10th, and 11th. Market could get very weird in that time, right? CPI is on the 10th. You got the Space IPO right after that. And so if you go to spotgamma.com/BB, you can sign up. If you sign up for the event, you're going to be also getting some access to the Spot Gamma platform as well. So it should be a great time there. So please use spotgamma.com/BB. And again, all of these tools are things that are built inside of the spot gamma system here.
Well, I can appreciate Matt doing that. I'm a big poker fan myself.
Oh, there you go.
and
Look at
I,
that.
I've played in some events myself. So, but yeah,
Well, that's
'cause
awesome.
I like the decision model, right? The decision model in poker is a lot similar to what we do in the markets. There's stuff you know, and there's stuff you'll never know. You got to make the best bet you can. The difference we have in trading courses, we can take our money back off the table.
That's right.
Once you're in, baby. So
That's right. And I think, you know, the knowing when to press and knowing when to back off is, you know,
Yeah.
such an important thing. And I think it relates to how we're talking right now, right? We're kind of in this late inning and it's like, I don't want to shove all in right now because we could squeak another couple percent higher and something, right?
Right.
But, you know, all right, I'm going to lean against you a little bit and see how you react kind of thing. And Peter,
Right.
if your neck starts pulsing and your hands are shaking, I might have to start pressing you.
That's right. But that's right. We still have the river card to come, so we don't know. We don't know what's what the hand
We were
looks
telling a
like.
story about this. Matt was playing a tournament in Minnesota, and it was funny because he had 95% odds on this hand against this guy who, you know, he claimed didn't really know much, and I believe Matt's read of him. And he got a jack. The other fella got a jack on the river, and Matt lost. And 95% odds, he lost, and he's just sitting there like he wasn't happy about it. You know, the odds are, this is the way the game is played, right? So, he pressed at the right time. And that's the way trading works out sometimes too, is like, you got it all lined up and you're there and it's right. Almost like Tesla. It's like, this thing should be going right. And nope.
There you go. Hey, Brent, is that link active yet? I just did it myself. A couple of people are saying that the link didn't look. I typed it in spotgamma.com/BB and I'm getting a 404 error.
Well, that is not quality.
So
it is it is forwarding for me. Right. Hold on one second, please. Let's try this one.
You get that secret backend access. That let me do something different here.
If you go to spotgamma.com/house, let's try that. Let me try /BB and see what happens. Yeah, it's working for me. That's odd.
Maybe it's so the QR code does get us in. I just scanned it on my phone off of the feed.
Okay.
And that works. So that's good.
Yeah, we have a sign up at spotgamma.com/house, but I want to make sure that we appropriately note the Bear Bull community. So if you can use that spotgamma.com/house link as a kind of a backup here, but we'll go back in and make sure we mark anyone that signed up around this time frame with the Bull Bear traders.
Okay, so yeah, and it gets you to the academy. Let's put that link in there.
I think if you go to academy.spotgamma.com, that doesn't seem to work. So this is going well for me over here right now.
Hey, look, we've been there. Sometimes that stuff happens. So, but yeah, again, maybe you got some special access. I know that happens sometimes where we forget that might be restricted to those with admin access or something. Anyways, guys, you can use that link that I just posted, the /house. That does work. That gets you in. I'm looking at the page right now. Or you go back into the recording and you can get that QR code. Just scan that and that gets you in too. So either way, but it's a good event. And you get into that event, you will have an opportunity to attend these. Oh, look at this. You got scenes from Casino. You got scenes from Bond. All right, I like it. Okay, so you're leaning heavy on the poker theme there.
Yeah, we like to work the branding over here, And,
yeah, I like it.
Not
like
branding.
it.
What do you call that?
Ocean's 11. You got yeah, perfect.
You keep it relevant, I suppose it was.
Yeah, you got to keep the theme. Keep the theme.
The theme. There you go.
Cool. Okay. A couple of questions that I saw that it might be worth getting to. We only have like a couple of minutes left, but and this is the how do you answer these type of questions? But I'll go there anyway. So I like Nathan is saying, Brent, any advice on how would we actually trade options when the crash does come? So how do I get ready for it? What would you recommend? Like, what's the best way for them to position themselves for? I agree with you. I think it's eventual, but let's say if and when, because you know what, we could be wrong, and it could be 2 years from now we're sitting here going, what the hell is wrong with this market? But anyway,
totally. And I'm not calling for like a cyclical year-long top. I don't know. I'm talking about 1 to 2 months, somewhere in that time frame. The stats on the correlation metric say 20 days has a negative average return, for example. So that's the kind of thing. So I'm sitting here saying somewhere between this afternoon even, and call it 2-3 weeks is my time frame. And I'm using that time frame because what could be the catalyst? Like we still need that catalyst. And so we have all of these things lined up here, for example, right? So I want to be able to position where I can hold the position, and the carry cost of those options is not terribly expensive. So I'm thinking, you know, I want to buy August, maybe even December type put options in the S&P. And when I say S&P, I'm thinking spiders. And so you can see here the IV rank for spiders, for example, is 13. So the overall cost of options is pretty low, right? Now people are leaned into calls. That's what the 80% means. So calls are more expensive relative to puts. So if you're buying 2-3 month out put spreads in the spiders, you're getting really good price for that, right? And if you do get that violent crash, those are going to start to pay off pretty well, even if you're kind of 2 months out. And again, if you really wanted to like white knuckle it and go all in, you'd go, some shorter term type trade, right? But I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to piece into something. And so I like those ideas. And I think that's lower on your risk spectrum. Your max loss is whatever you paid for your puts, right? Or your put spreads, no big deal. To get a little more exotic, I would look at something like selling call spreads in the queues because they're getting rich. If you really want to go out in the risk spectrum, you'd start looking at SMH and selling call spreads and those kinds of things because the calls have gotten really crazy, maybe like selling call flies or something like that. And then the other trade, which I think is, if you're good with options and you understand the risk of this, are what's called risk reversals. And what you do with that is, or similar to collars, is you sell a call. So you'd sell like an August call, for example, and you'd use those funds to buy your put. Now that's a little more risky because if the market does keep going at 10% a day, that's going to sting, right? So that's why I'm trying to say you got to lay out your sort of risk spectrum. But at a minimum, it's nibble on some put spreads. The bigger, sort of more risky trade would be selling calls and using those funds to buy puts. And the reason you'd want to sell the calls in these situations is you look at like SMH, the calls are incredibly expensive, right? The stock keeps going up and semis keep going up, which has driven this, right? So we all understand that. But if you were to get a correction and get the most money you could possibly make on a correction, it would be, short SMH calls or call spreads and using those funds to buy puts. So again, know your risk and know what you're doing before you get into trades like that. But that's the way that I'm thinking about it. Not short-term options, looking something more like at least a month out, I would say, maybe more like an August or September type time frame.
Awesome. Well, that's excellent advice, I'll say at this point. But remember, your trades are your own. You've got to make your own decisions. So awesome. Well, that's good. I appreciate you taking the time and being with us here, Brent. It's great as always. Let's guys, we'll check out that link. We'll make sure we get it working for you so that we can provide it again later. Carlos and I will make sure that we get it to you for next week. But for the moment, you can certainly go to the link that we provided. And if you got other questions, well, we'll make sure that we get to our friends at Spot Gamma. So once again, thank you, Brent, for being here. Thank you. Good luck to Matt. I hope he comes out in the money
I hope he does as well.
Yeah. So it's always, it's tournament, right? So tournament poker is always tough because it's very different than cash poker because people are like doing crazy all-ins all the time. So
it's tedious. Those are long days. So
yeah, they're long days too. Yeah. So all right, thanks again. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too. Take care.
All right, take care. All right, guys. The show's not over. We still have lots of activity to happen. We have, of course, our regularly scheduled programming with Eamon and well, I assume Kyle is going to be here. Eamon and Kyle.
Yep.
And Carlos and I are going to go. And Carlos and I are going to go cry a little bit because
I know.
We called Tesla.
I know.
Carlos, it worked so well. I look again. I got to go back. We both agreed it didn't set up well. It didn't look great. It looked okay, but it was not an A+ setup. But unfortunately, it had an A+ result. So what can you do? Sometimes those happen.
Look at this.
Yeah.
My goodness.
They just hurt, right? When
Yeah, this one stings. Yeah,
because we know we were staring right at it, and had we got in, never would have retested us. Like we just would have been good the whole time. So you know what? Shit happens. It is what it is. There'll be another trade on Monday. So let's not worry about it.
Wait until you see my SMCI trade today. Oh my god.
Well. So then we got Kyle's got to come in and gloat. So all right, fine. Hey, look,
No,
I'm
it's
glad.
not for the good. It's not for the good.
I'm glad people made it work, and that there's because there were good trades to be had out there, right? Like you had to be selective, but they absolutely were available. So, but yeah, all the best. And I was looking at Carlo. How did we miss ASTS? Like that was actually a good VWAP. I think I was watching Tesla for that first trade, but I go back and look at the chart in ASTS. It looks so perfect. Anyways. Oh,
yeah, it sure does. And speaking of some other trades that we might have not called today, let's take a look at some of the stuff from John earlier today, since we didn't get a chance to do it earlier. Let's look at those, right? So here it is. Some of the trades from our communities and moderators friends. We'll start with John himself. There it is, going long for his usual high of day breakout. So there it is, long. That's his stop loss there. Out at break even? What happened here? This is strange.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
That makes sense here. Not sure what. I think he probably misspoke that there.
I think that's
because it looked like partial. Small shares left. He was still laying in later, and PLTR was awesome. So again, I don't think that belongs there. But again, just awesome trading there from John. And then here is SMCI, AGK taking it long, partial. Add on the way down. That's a bold add. I like that. And then partialing again into strength on SMCI. So looking forward to seeing you Kyle. How you fumbled this, sounds like.
I fumbled. I ran over the end zone line and dropped the ball.
He was gloating. It's a fumble.
No, it's a fumble.
Let's look at Kyle. Number 4.
Kyle, there he goes.
Oh, that's 100%.
That hurts.
We'll see what.
Oh yeah, you know.
So it looks like we got company, Peter, today. All right, let's see. Here's another one from Aria on SMCI. Also, that's a beautiful VWAP bounce, ABCD, 5-minute ORB. I mean, it's everything happening. It's a lot going on SMCI there. She took it long, partial, added, partial, and into strength. Big move to 47.36. Hector in chat as well. In on Oracle, which was also mentioned today. And look at that, partialing into strength. That's about $3 move there. So that's awesome. Wow, a lot of great trading. Here's Tom H, which doesn't make me feel too better. It's a lot of great trading. This doesn't make me feel better here, that's for sure. But here's Tom H, 1 minute engulfing pattern. And there goes PLTR. Was great for that. Many people took this in chat with Andrew. Added and then partialing all the way into strength. What a monster move. Andrew K, also PLTR, 1 minute engulfing, adding into his position, partialing, adding some more, partial, why not, add again, partial again. I mean, goes on and on. At the end, they all paid out pretty nice. Really nice stuff there from Andrew K, and that's the last one of the day. So, friends, from Peter and I, have an amazing weekend. We'll leave you with these two gentlemen here. We'll see you again on Monday for a full week. Short week this week, full week Monday as we get back into the swing of things. So have a great weekend, guys. We'll leave you with Kyle and Eamon.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Good one.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Carlos. Hello, Kyle, and hello, YouTube. How are you all doing today? On this fine trending day where a lot of traders made some good trades and where some traders ruined their trades.
That was me. I had one.
Look at the bright side.
Look
at the bright side. You had a good trade. That's
true.
Look at the bright side.
That's exactly right. I honestly, we'll get into it, but I stood up, I walked out of my room, and I went and told my wife, I was like, I was in such a good trade. My entry was, I had on my watch list. I did my multiple time frame analysis and I executed, and I on my montage, I have a sell 10 and 25% button, but right above it is short. So anyways, we'll get into it. I was in such a good trade, but anyway, what are you going to do? It happens. We'll show back up Monday with a good attitude, and my setup was there. It's just, I fumbled the keys. So it is what it is.
Well, I mean, it's okay. No worries. I mean, look at that. Look at this, though. Look at the STC. See this thing around $50 going from 2.5? I bet some people are crying. They're exiting at $5 because they made a 100% move. and now it's sitting at $50, right? So that's crazy. Anybody here swing trading ASTC? Tell me, please, what's your entry? I mean, we have a lot of viewers around here, 560. I'm sure at least a couple are inside these ASTC. Maybe not, maybe some smart traders, maybe not the smartest. I don't know how to call it, but
Maybe some lucky
still, smart
traders.
or not smart, smart or not smart, you made a lot of money. But who is an ASTC? Come on, guys, admit it.
Not me. I wish I was.
Yeah, look at this thing. I mean, I
This
thought
is
it was,
Astrotech, right? Yeah.
yeah.
Oh
I mean,
my
you see,
God.
we were talking. It's the company that said we're going to build a station in the moon.
Yeah.
We're going to build computing systems in the moon, and it's sitting at $50. They did nothing yet, and like we said, it's a losing company. It's a company that loses money. But
Good for them.
I don't know. Okay, Miss Og, you are in it. What's your entry? Hey, Bimparas, how are you doing? Said is saying that he was in ASTC, bought 250 shares instead of 50. Well, that's not a bad hotkey mistake. It was $600, and all of a sudden it gapped up, and I made $600 in 5 minutes. And then you sold, right? And now you're crying. Well, I mean, that's really a really interesting one, to be honest. Another one that was hot for today was DELL. So, like we said, we wanted to hold above to $400 area, and it seems to be holding above the $400 area. If it holds, I think we are going to have a decent second leg up. But look at this thing, from 120 all the way to 414. What a good time to be living in and trading in. Some people's retiring accounts probably are rocketing at the moment. Not going to say that I'm jealous.
Dell had their earnings last night, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they're up 30.
Yeah, they had amazing earnings. Like I think they were up 40% during the after hours only. Which
I know Lenny
is
was
really
trading
good.
this. Wow. I wish I had this as a swing trade as well, or in a long term. Oh well, what are you gonna do, right?
Exactly.
Live and you
Anyway,
learn.
yeah, let's go through your trade on SMCI, then I'll walk through what I was
Do we have
watching
to?
today, and we'll talk
Oh,
about.
well.
Yeah, we have to. We have to.
Just kidding. No, I'm happy to go over it. And this is something, honestly, you just evolve as a trader, right? But just mindset wise, right? Like, I'm happy I didn't get back into this. However, so I went in, that was tier 3 size. Then I added, so I was almost full position at this. As it popped up here, I took a couple partials. I actually added again because as soon as Andrew was like, I'm going in on this. He got in on the 5-minute doji. Yeah, right there. So he got in. So I partialed when he got in. And then I hit a hotkey error and I ended up going short on this, about 1,500 shares. And it's any wins that I had, it took it completely out. And yeah, I don't know what happened. Like I clicked on my montage. It wasn't like a control 2 or a control 3, which are my hotkeys to go long. I hit it on my montage and it ended up going short with a 3-to-1 risk to reward hotkey. And so it closed my position and then I ended up going short. And I'm happy this was in a funded account, honestly, because I'll be 100% honest with you guys. I threw my book at the wall. I I lost my emotion. I was just like, what? I was in such a good trade, and I knew this thing was going to go. Like Market Atlas at $47 was so bullish. Andrew was in it. Brian was in it. So many of the traders in BBT were in this trade. And honestly, I was thinking to myself, should I just get back in? And I was like, no, it's not my strategy to do that. Like I was in the right move, and I could have get back in. So I lost 2 hours on it. It is what it is. So.
Well,
Just
good
one of
job.
those.
I mean, it's a
Yeah.
hotkey mistake. But to be fair, one of the worst mistakes are the technical issues. When I trade, if I lose money because I followed all my rules or because I traded my trade book, I'm totally fine with it. But if I
Right.
lose money because electricity went off, because I lost my internet connection, because I hit the wrong button, because my cat disconnected the router or whatever there is, those hit hard. But
Mhm.
really well done, not revenge trading. I remember back in time, my worst type of trades were revenge trading after a technical issue. I
Right.
learned really well following my rules, sticking my losses, not revenge trading when I trade. But
Mhm.
hotkey mistakes, technical issues, these are the worst. These usually hurt. So good job calling it a day. Be proud
Yeah.
of yourself. Mistakes happen and can't keep it green every day.
No. And to
Uh,
be honest, I went
uh-huh.
into the simulator. I just went into trading terminal simulator after, and I picked a little short off the top, but it's nothing even
Mhm.
worth sharing. But my takeaway and exactly what you mentioned was not getting right back in and revenge trading it, especially when it's outside of your trade book. Like the 5 minute opening range, my break and retest had already been completed. So I didn't have a trade book for getting back in. So I was happy with that, honestly, that I didn't get back in. So we live to trade another day and we'll be back on Monday with a good attitude.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Kinetic asked about the name of the book. The book name is Complete Guide to Multiple Time Frame Analysis and Reading Price Action. I put the link in the chat for those who still did not read it or are looking for it. Make sure to check it out. Now, let's go through my trades for the day, or basically the trades that I wanted to take for the day. I was watching Tesla today, and I was watching NVDA. And to be fair, on both of them, I was long biased. Let's go first of all through Tesla. Previous day green. I mean, nothing much on it, even though it's a bit overstretched. Looked like who might be heading for a break of $450 area. I love these mini consolidation areas on the hourly chart during the pre-market. These are usually my favorite when I'm looking for a breakout. And since these are flagging at the highs, I expected that the market is going to break to the upside. Now, the thing that I did not like is that the pre-market range, as far as you can see here on the 5 minute chart and on the 1 minute chart, was a bit too wide. Usually, I play these stocks really carefully, and I play them only after traps. So I wanted to see that uh, the price is going to go below $438 area before it recovers back to view up. That was my original plan, playing Tesla to the long side, and you can see what happened. It just sold off. So basically, there was not much interesting about it. Sold off. I mean, it did engulf around here, but it was so many candlesticks in a row to the upside. Then it made the pullback that I was looking for, not supported by a bullish candlestick. It was just a red after a red after a red, and it sold off. So no trades for me on Tesla. The one that I liked the most for a long was NVDA. And it was a similar trade plan to Tesla's. I wanted to see a trap, a sell-off, with a recovery above VWAP. But you can tell what is missing around here. The pullback. This thing just started the move at 213 and it kept making higher lows and higher lows and higher lows and higher lows and higher lows. And it just broke the range and went all the way to my target without any single pullback. So this is the type of stocks that does exactly what you want it to do, but without giving you an entry criteria. So that's basically it for me. And I mentioned it during the pre-market when we were here with Carlos and Peter. It's Friday. I expected it to be a little bit choppy. It's also the end of the month, so there'll be some profit taking. The price action could be doing some weird things, but despite that all, we had some good runners on SMCI, and probably the best one was PLTR. Andrew and a lot of BBT members traded PLTR on this bullish engulfing crack setup. Obviously, it was similar idea to Tesla and NVIDIA. Mini range, trap, recovery. This was actually A+, but I did not see it. I was not even watching it. I did not expect this on PLTR, but it is what it is. Was there any trade that you missed?
Yeah, honestly. The PLTR, when it throws a hammer on the 5 minute chart as well, I love seeing that, especially when all of the moving averages and it closes above VWAP. It's usually a pretty good signal to go long. I think Angie made like 60 grand on this trade today. Can you believe that?
You see,
But again,
sometimes
it's
all you need is one good trade.
and that's it, right? It's not all about the money. It's the entry for me. And just with my screen time over the last couple of years, you start to see these things. And one thing that you've mentioned as well is the fake breakdown, right? As it pulls back and then shoots back up, especially and it closes above VWAP, that's usually a great signal to get in. So I'm adding a couple things from your book into my playbook, and eventually I'm going to start implementing them in my live account. But these little things that you pick up on can really help you as a trader. So just keep watching for those things.
Yeah, exactly. You could see that's exactly what I did on Apple a couple of days ago. Even though it happened during the pre-market, but it's also a similar idea where you have a mini consolidation, and then you have this bullish engulfing recovering above view up. So you could see that this part of price action here, look at this. You see this is here on PLTR. This mini consolidation, the trap with the bullish engulfing, this mini consolidation, the trap with the bullish engulfing, it's the exact same thing. And normally when it happens, the price should never look back. This is why I'm usually going aggressive long with an ad, because it usually never looks back. It just shoots to the upside. And I can show you a couple more examples because look at this NVDA and look at this here as well. See this part, and then you see this part, and then you see the trap here, and then you see the trap here, and then you see this part, and then it just shoots to the upside. This is one of my favorite type of opening range breakout strategies. Obviously, you do not want to be too focused simply on the 1 minute chart. When you're getting your entry, you still need to have a stock that's well selected across multiple time frames. But this is one of the highest percentage win rate entry criteria that I have on my trade book. And obviously, we wish that we can see it every single day. It's not always there, but when it happens, make sure to utilize it to the maximum.
Was there any news on PLTR like that? That seems like a huge jump for them. Let me check it out here. I'll go to trading terminal. I think it's just FOMO more than anything. PLTR.
Yep.
And their ATR is $5, $6. Oh, man, no real news. It was just people wanted to buy it, I guess.
Yeah.
Christian Walkers, can you share your funded account stories? Yeah, I mean, I won't go too much. You can email me at kyle@bearabletraders.com. I'll give you more details. But yeah, I've done. I just got my last payout. Well, today I actually received all the money, and yeah, so I've been paid out for 2. I'm in the 3rd one right now. That's almost at the max payout, but yeah, I'm not allowed to do another one. However, the important thing and the big takeaway is it's not about the money, and that's the one thing that people always ask me. Oh, congratulations, you're making all this money. It's about learning to trade, right? That's what Trading Terminal is designed to do. That's why it's only $300, it's $400 now, right? But you can get a discount code, you get $100 off. And I've blown them up. I'm very open about this. I've blown up 3 or 4 funded accounts when they were $300. I'm in Canada, so it's a little bit more money, but my risk management wasn't where it needed to be when I first started doing it. And now when I first started funded accounts, I just risked the 1 or 1.5%. So it's been good for me. Yeah, the funded accounts are important to use if you are a new trader, right? Don't put your own money in the game. Use the funded accounts and just show up to the pre-market show up to YouTube here, and we'll walk you through the basics and we'll get you started, right? But yeah, email me at kyle@bearabletraders.com. I've shared my story a bunch, so I don't want to bore everyone with it. So yeah, shoot me an email.
Muhammad Khan, welcome to Lambos and Garbage Trucks. Thank you for your support. So let me go through some of the questions that I missed. Ayman, ARM and QCOM open range breakouts with fake outs were the best. Let's take a look at these ones. Yeah, ARM doesn't look like a bad one. Definitely was a good one. QCOM I like it the most. Yeah, QCOM was actually perfect. That was a really good pick. Did you end up playing it, Sammy? Ayman, why wasn't your trigger to hit to take the trade once it broke 5-minute pre-market small consolidation range on NVDA today? Do you mean at 9:29, the very first minute? was about to pull the trigger there. This first minute, I saw this price action. I saw it opening. I saw it selling off. I saw it recovering. And I was about to pull the trigger on the very first minute. But by the moment I was about to pull the trigger, it started pulling back. And I held on the trigger for a few seconds. So to be fair, the only reason why I didn't hit the trigger is luck. I was about to pull it in. I was already calculating the share size. And it just dumped. I got lucky there. That's basically it. INTC Atlas looks bearish. Let's take a look at INTC and Atlas. I wouldn't say it looks bearish. Look at this. This is the order book to the upside, and this is it to the downside. And you can definitely tell that there is more liquidity to the upside than to the downside. So it's definitely more bullish than bearish. Helen saying, how many hours per day do your successful students usually trade? Unfortunately, I only have 3 to 4 hours of free time in the first half of the day. Will that be enough? Helen, only 1 hour. Most of the time, that's it. From 9 approximately till maximum 10:30-ish. That's how long they trade. And this is the normal stats. Worked with over 300 traders. Most of them, I would say maybe 90% of these traders are trading the open, 9 till 10:30-ish. But there are also some of the traders that I worked with who are trading the midday because they cannot catch the open because of work, etc. So you don't really need all the time. If you have 3 to 4 hours of free time to trade, that's way, way more than enough. I bet that Kyle would also agree on that. Kyle, how long do you trade usually every day?
I'm usually like I'm done by 11 o'clock. Like I'm in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, so it's 9:30 in the morning right now. So I'll be done by 10. Like we'll wrap up YouTube. And to be honest, like right now, I'm not even in any trades. I'm usually done within 45 minutes to an hour. Yeah, that's how I usually trade. That's usually my cutoff. But if something shows up, I'll take a trade. But yeah, for the most part, it's an hour.
Exactly. So it's basically the same for me. I usually trade within the very first 45 minutes, but sometimes midday, if I find a trade while I'm here on YouTube with Kyle or in the chat room at 12 p.m., I'd be executing some trade. But most of the time, it's 45 minutes. But remember this, it also in your trading style. Maybe you're not the type of trader who enjoys trading the open and momentum and you want to trade something slower. And if you're going to be trading the afternoon session or maybe after 11 o'clock, then I would say that you actually need at least 3 hours. Between 11 to 2 or maybe 2:30, setups take so long to form. Sometimes they take an hour, sometimes they take an hour and a half. So you need to be patient about them. If you trade the open, 45 minutes, an hour after the open is more than enough. If you can spare more, then that's it. I'd say that you are going to take some time in the replay feature. That's a month, at least an hour a day to practice price action, and you need at least 15 to 20 minutes a day to journal your trades. That's Mr. Drew, trading terminal costs $99 per month. It gives you Atlas, which is basically the magic tool in my opinion on trading terminal. But you also get the journal, the simulator, replay, scanner. It all goes for $99. Social script halfway through the book. It's fantastic. Every page has value. Thank you so much, social script. I'm really glad to hear that you enjoyed the book. If you get stuck anywhere, exactly, give me a like.
Likes for them. Or
yeah,
reviews,
give us 1,000 likes here on YouTube, but give me the review on Amazon as well. I would highly appreciate it. I need these 1,000 reviews, but again, I don't want to beg for good or 5-star reviews. Give it the rating that you think it deserves with your honest feedback.
Yeah, Sammy, QCOM looks good. If you got in at around 250 on QCOM, that looks pretty good. You're getting a nice little push. I don't have Eamon, do you want to pull up QCOM on
yeah, I have it. It's a really good pick. I agree with you.
Great. Yeah. Sammy, great call out, buddy. There you go. You're in now at 250. Beautiful. So now my question to you would be what's your target? Where are you trying to get back to? VWAP? Or are you trying to get to the moving average? It's a good entry.
Yeah.
Just hold it.
This is what I call the 2200 strategy. It's also explained in the book. First of all, you need to identify the trend using the daily chart, and QCOM is clearly strong on the daily chart. We are in an uptrend. We pulled back to the 9 moving average. We engulfed on the previous day. So today, the dominant trend is to the long side. Once you identify the dominant trend, there are 2 moving averages that you need to pay close attention to. 20 on the 60, 200 on the 5-minute chart. Ideally, you want this 200 on the 5-minute chart to coincide with the level from the previous day, which it actually does. You see? Once you see it holding the 20, 200 and the level from yesterday, which is here or here, you pull the trigger and yeah, you could go all the way to view up. This is actually a really good pick. Well done. I love it. This is textbook
Sammy, your
setup.
target is the high of the day. You want to go all the way back to, what is that, 260? Wow.
Well, I don't know about high of the day. It's anything is possible. To be fair, the 60-minute chart doesn't look bad, but don't be too greedy. Make sure that if you got a good risk to reward ratio, to lock in all the way to the upside. Atlas is also supportive. Atlas looks amazing on QCOM. If we have to check the liquidity to the upside and to the downside on the order book, we definitely have more orders to the upside than to the downside. So you have the pattern, you have the setup. You did call it at a really good price. So view up first, then maybe partial it all the way to the upside. I'll actually keep an eye on
1,570 shares. Good for you, buddy. I mean, there is a huge order at well, not huge, but there's 30,000 shares at $260. So if you hold 1,570 shares to $260, you're buying us all lunch. Are you watching anything, Eamon, right now?
Not really. We'll go through some of the stocks in a bit. But I like QCOM. I'll actually just keep close eye on QCOM and keep analyzing it real time if something happens. But I think Sammy had the best pick for today. This thing looks solid, and I want to see what's going to happen on it around $253 area.
Austin, you're saying is now a good time for BE. Let's have a look here. BE. Bloom Energy. Let's see. I'll pull it up on Mr. Atlas here. The SPY looks good. I mean, the Qs are moving up a little bit, but I'm always hesitant on for my style. And again, I usually don't trade around this time. However, whenever the 200 moving average is kind of coming up like this, it's a bit of a red flag for me. That's on a lower time frame, the 5-minute. This actually doesn't look too bad. I always love seeing a little doji, especially when they're crossing over at the 9, the 20, and the VWAP. It could be good. What do you think, Eamon, of B?
I don't know. I don't like it much. First of all, on the daily chart, if we take a look at it, it's literally in the middle. And this is the worst thing about stocks that are sitting in the middle of the range. You don't have clean direction. Red, green, doji, red, green. I mean, it has no direction. It could make full reversal to the downside, full reversal to the upside. I cannot get any sort of bias on it. Next thing is the 60-minute chart. The 60-minute chart is actually more bearish than bullish. We were holding above this level at $280 area for quite a few days. And today is literally the first day where we're breaking this $280 area. And we're actually breaking it on huge volume. If we just see how much volume we have on average per hourly candlestick, and how much volume we had today after breaking this level, we can tell that it's almost twice the average, which is a bearish sign, not a bullish sign. That's what we call an ignition volume. And now, how likely is it to get a breakout and literally one candlestick after the breakout have a full reversal? I mean, how often do we see these type of setups? Let's say that you're playing a 1-minute open range breakout or a 5-minute open range breakout. The moment the price breaks the range, probably you're not going to be going for a reversal on the 1-minute chart, right?
No.
It's kind of similar to that on the hourly chart. We just broke. There is definitely no guarantee that it's going to sell off. It could easily reverse and recover. I think it's going to be long only if we clear the $285 area. As long as we're sitting below 285, 280-ish, it's short. But I agree with you on this part. Smaller time frame wise, it does look like long. But because the dominant trend is to the downside, and we already made a decent move to the upside, how long can it continue going
Right.
higher? Probably it can
Mhm.
hold somewhere here around VWAP. What I would prefer to do is to wait for this long setup to be invalidated. The moment it's invalidated, go for a short play. Long is not preferable. Short is the dominant, but I don't see a short setup yet. We need to wait for that.
QCOM is now pulling over 252. Looking good there. Sammy, beautiful trade, buddy.
Is it, like we were saying, this one is definitely headed all the way to VWAP, probably even higher, but need to lock in some profits. A good call out on it. Amazing one. I love it.
Sammy, have you partialed? And don't you lie to us.
Don't you dare.
Don't you lie. What valid? Dan's asking what validates for a short setup. What
The
validates?
invalidation of the long setup will validate the short setup. So for now, you are having an ABCD pattern on the 5-minute chart or a bull flag around VWAP. So you want to see the bulls in control. You want to see it breaking and recovering past to 272, maybe 60-ish. That would be your trigger to the short side if this part happens. So first, you want to see the bulls in control and they fail. That would be the short signal probably. That's the way I envision it at the moment. Obviously, the price action could change. Maybe it's to do something else within 15 minutes, within the next 15 minutes. And based on that, my plan is also going to change. When I trade, I have candlestick by candlestick analysis. Now that I see this current price action, that's what I want to see before I go for a short. After 15 minutes, this price action is going to look differently. And along with that, my plan is going to slightly change. By the way, on the bright side, I love Microsoft. It's finally going in. So I think I mentioned it, right? I'm long in these things since $400. And it's finally breaking this range on the daily chart. So gap fill is probably the next target, but I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold it all the way to 520 before I lock in my first partial on it. But I'm glad that it's finally working in.
You have puts on that?
No, I bought the shares. I also jumped into ZS yesterday. I mentioned it in the chat room that I'm going to be buying ZS for a swing. Crazy, right? Who buys a stock after that? Are you dumb, Bayman?
No
But
way.
this is how I usually.
People making some money back, right? Is that how you kind of see it with a big sell-off?
I kind of go for a swing trading investing type of trading. And I try to go, first of all, I check the company, where is it sitting at within the maximum years in the past. And if I see that it's sitting, for example, around its lowest area, expecting a 20-30% is not that impossible. So it's kind of a longer term trading. Other things that Scalar, they had good earnings, they had good revenue, they had good numbers, but it's not as high as the AI stocks. That's why it's dumping. I mean, the vision for the next few years on it is good, but I'm not going to hold it for the next few years. We'll see. Just 30% is what I'm aiming for on this ZS trade. So we'll see. Microsoft, yes, Alex. I have my swing trade position is divided by 5 parts, and I'm opening 5 positions on it. So Microsoft is full right now, 20% position on it. I'm looking at Netflix for a swing as well. I want to see this thing dropping to 83. It's so close at 85. I have a limit on it at $83. So if it's going to dump there, I'm going to also swing trade this thing. I already bought it at 83 here, sold it all at 107. I mentioned that in the chat room. That was 30% profit. Now I want to buy it at 83 one more time and sell it at 107 one more time. For Microsoft, my first target is 520, which will be 30%. But Microsoft, I'm not willing to exit 100% of my position. I'm aiming for a break of all-time high, which could take a few months, maybe more. But I don't care about it. Swing position, not scared money. I swing trade only with cash. I don't use margin. So I'm willing to hold on longer to this type of trades.
Beautiful. Love that.
Are you doing any swing trades, Kyle?
No, I'm not. I think I should. I'm really not like well versed in it, and no, I trade the opens really. I know swing tradings can be good, especially if you have a smaller account, right?
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah.
You see, the only reason I'm thinking about right now is that I've been trading for 10 years right now, and
Mhm.
I'm looking at the SPY, and I'm looking at where the SPY was around 10 years ago. Let me just get it to maybe the monthly chart. Come on, please. Just I hate the dash update because it sometimes messes up with everything for
Look
me.
at that chart on the SPY. Oh my
Yeah,
God,
it's
isn't
crazy,
that
right?
beautiful?
You see? And basically, this is where the SPY were the moment I started trading, $195. And you know the compound interest, right? I'm like, if I was putting just 1,000 or $1,500 every single month into the SPY, that would have been a fortune at the moment with these within these 10
You wouldn't be here right now. Well, you might be, but you'd be a
yeah.
millionaire.
So lately, that's exactly my plan. I'm just going to be putting a few $100s. It's not that a lot if you think about it, guys. A lunch at work, I don't know how much it costs, but probably around $20-30 lunch outside every day.
Yeah.
That's almost $1,000 a month, right? And save that money, put it in the SPY slowly every single month for the next 15 years and consider it your retirement account. Just don't touch it. My strategy for longer term trading is to wait for these big drops like 10%, 20%, 30% drops, and I just simply jump into it. Starve and invest.
Mhm.
That's social script. Don't eat, don't drink, just put money.
That's your dollar cost average, right? Like when you're in and well, didn't that's where Andrew lost a bunch of money was in April, right? Like that's when he lost a couple million bucks was around there, and then it shot back up on him.
You see, that's the reality about the market. It knows where to trigger you. It knows where your where your emotions are going to be triggered. So yeah,
That's the truth.
it will literally hit you hard, but then recover. But Andrew, he had a couple big setbacks, but
Yeah.
he knows when to stop. I really admire that about him. Even though it was a $2 million loss, how often do you see traders accepting a big loss? That was really big. It was like 1/5 of his account. Maybe back then it wasn't 1/5 of his account. I think maybe
Mhm.
1/3 or maybe 1/4 of his trading account, not obviously his net worth. But
Right.
he accepted it. A lot of traders would average down, would hold, would blow out. But Andrew, he accepted it. He moved on, and now his account is over $10 million. So
It's over 11 million.
over exactly. So you see, he knows when to stop. He had big losses, but he's an amazing trader.
And that's something obviously like he's been training for almost 15 years, right? Like he knows his strategy, he's well disciplined, and he knows he can make the money back, right? So and that's a good lesson for us too, like smaller traders as well. Like even for me today, like you know you're in a good trade, but you end up losing it, you lose a couple R, but you can just come back, right? Like I know he said in the past, like the first time he lost a couple million bucks, like he said, that was like a third of his net worth. So that was a bigger chunk than this last time. But you have the proper mindset and you know what to do, you know how to trade, and you know proper risk management, you can make the money back. Just takes a little bit of time. A $2 million loss takes a little bit more time than losing a couple $1,000, right?
Exactly. So AAOI or AEHR, these are not the type of swing trading stocks that I'll be taking. These are already overbought or overstretched. You can see in the beginning of the year, it was sitting around $25, and now it's sitting at almost $100. That's 400% gain in one single year. Same thing about AAOI. In the beginning of the year, it was sitting around $30, and right now, even though you might say, oh, we dropped from 225 to 155. That's 30% drop. So it's a really good time to jump into it. It's not, because even though it did drop a lot, this thing is still up 500%, which is also too much. When I swing trade stocks or go for longer term trades, I love buying the dips. I buy a strong company at a discounted price. I mean, how long
QCOM,
does
you're
it take
getting
you?
a little bit of a pullback on QCOM a little bit. What is it? It came back down. Sammy, your entry was 250, you said, so you should be okay. And this was my only thought on QCOM. Around this time, in my experience, like to hold it all the way to 260, like that's not, my mind doesn't work that way. Like I just couldn't do it. So my partials would have probably been what is that? I guess that's the 50 moving average. And then, yeah, the VWAP, I would have probably taken a little bit off at around 250, 250, but that's my style of trading. I mean, I'm optimistic. I hope it shoots to 260 for you, but it's a big stretch.
Exactly. Farid asking, how long does it take to become profitable trader? It took me 3 years to become consistently profitable. 2 years and a half to slowly have my curve going to the upside. 3 years is when I was confident that my trading style works and I can now start increasing my risk. But it took me 3 years simply because I was doing it on my own. I work with some traders, and I've seen traders making it within 3 months. And yes, it happens. Some traders do make it in 3 months, but it's so rare to see. I think 40% of all the consistently profitable traders that I worked with made it within a period of 3 months. Most of the traders that I work with make it between 6 months to a year, and that's the average. But there are also traders who struggled a lot. For example, some people come to me after trading 4 to 5 years, and they're like, hey man, I've been trading for 4 years. I have the knowledge, but still around break even. Those traders who've been trading for 4 to 5 years are the fastest to find consistency. They have the knowledge, they have the experience. All they need is small boost to having bigger winners and slightly smaller losers. And what you need to do to have bigger winners is one of the 3 things, all of the 3 things together. One, tighter stop losses. Tighter stop losses will allow you have heavier share size, and heavier share size will get you bigger gains a bit earlier. But you do not want to tighten your stop loss out of nowhere just simply because you want to get 1,000 shares or 1,500 shares of QCOM. You do not want to just put a 30 cents stop loss on it. It needs to be a technical stop loss. So to have a tight stop, you need to work on good entries as early as possible before the move starts. For example, I was talking about the 20-200 strategy on QCOM. That's the 20, that's the 200, that's the level from yesterday. So this is it. I mean, we identified the zone. So your entry needs to be around here. That's how you can get a really good entry with a tight stop loss, and you can hit the 3 or 4 to 1 before the move actually starts. The second thing is by obviously holding your winners longer. But this is a bit of a tough one. How long? Because sometimes you end up holding longer to the trade. For example, QCOM, I'm going to hold it all the way to the high of the day. But is it realistic for it to go all the way up to the high of the day? You need to know when you need to hold longer and when not. And the third thing is adding into a winning position. And in my opinion, that's the most important thing. For some reason, most of the traders do not add to their winning position. They would add after partialing, but I so rarely find traders who jump in and then add and then they start locking in profits. People would add to their losers, would double their size, would average down, but they are not adding into winning position. That kind of baffles me. I have no idea why, but this is one of the most important things to do. And if you can do the 3 of that, then well done. I don't see what's going to prevent you from becoming profitable.
Motherboard takeover, how much do you guys focus on your edge versus price action? I mean, that's a really good question. For me, I mean, your edge is everything, right? And that's your trade book. That's your style, right? So you need to be in control of your edge and execute on your edge when the price action tells you to do so, right? So for me, being like a 5-minute opening range break trader or a break and retest, I kind of, for me, it's your intuition too, right? Like you want to watch the price action, you want to watch market atlas, and you want to watch your key levels, right? So where is your trade setting up on the higher time frames? And that takes time, right? Like you're not just throwing mud at the wall and seeing what sticks. Like you have to have a plan ahead of time. And that's something I admire about Eamon is like he puts all this time and effort into it. Sure, now he can do it in say 30 minutes, but it takes guys like myself and newer traders hours and pre-planning days before because he has the eyes for it, right? So you need to know where your setup's going to potentially be in the bigger picture of things. So yeah, what do you think, Eamon? How much do you focus on edge versus price action?
Yeah, like you said, the edge is everything. Your edge is your risk management. Your edge is the strategy that you are trading. Your edge is your psychology, your mindset. That's everything. The edge is not just a strategy, because some people think that my edge is my strategy from entry, stop loss, and target. But that's a really narrow view to it. Read Andrew's book, Trade Book, guys, if you did not read it. It covers that the trade book is not only your strategy, it's not only entry, stop loss, and target. Your edge is your trade book, but your trade book consists of so many things at the same time, from mindset, from strategy, from reading price action, from the platform that you are using, the hotkeys. That all is your edge. Now, getting back to price action. Price action is literally the core of everything for me. Uh, I know a lot of beginner traders, when they jump into the trading journey, they start researching different strategies. They spend a lot of time picking the strategy that fits them. Breakouts, reversals, ABCD patterns, double tops, double bottoms, does not really matter. Then they start working on entry, stop losses, and targets. But a strategy is just an entry criteria, just an execution tool. The exact same strategy on the 1 minute chart would be working and failing for some random reasons. And if you just simply are focused on the 1 minute chart and you're focused on your strategy, working on risk management system using the 1 and the 5 minute chart, you're not going to go so far. You need to zoom out the chart. You need to be able to tell market today is more long or the market today is more short. You need to identify these levels or zones, and then you use the strategy as an entry. And Helen said, how many strategies do your students usually trade? Don't you find yourself overwhelmed focusing on many strategies? No, I do not, because learning strategies is not difficult. You watch one single webinar, you write it down, you trade it for 2 or 3 days, and that's it. You know how to trade a strategy. The difficult part is to understand when you should implement this strategy, and it is a bad day for this strategy. That's the difficult part. And this is where price action and reading price action comes in play. And Andrew, who is a scalper, you will see that he starts planning his trade using the daily chart. He looks at the daily chart, he looks at levels, sometimes maybe he looks at the average true range, he looks at Atlas, he builds the whole plan, then he goes to the 1 minute chart and he looks for entry. He's not only playing 1 minute opening range breakout. You will see Andrew trading breakouts, you'll see him trading trend continuations, you will see him trading reversals, but not randomly. He knows what direction he needs to be focused to. And that's where price action comes in play. Jacob,
Yeah, Chowd Hurry. I can't put a stop loss on every trade. That's my problem. I think I'll get out. I think I'll get out of every fast. It's okay, but yeah, I mean, for me, I just use the equalized risk hotkey, and then it gives me the amount of shares for the $100 risk I want to put on. So I would put a stop loss unless you are a very senior trader, 4, 5, 6, 7 years in, and you want to use a mental stop. If you've only been trading 1 to 3 years, honestly, use a hard stop, or you'll blow up. I've done it, honestly. You think you can do it, but you can't. When you're in the trade and it starts to go against you, honestly, it's a slippery slope if you don't use a hard stop. Does DAS have that key option? Yeah, absolutely. El Patron, are you inside Bearable Traders, the chat room? DAS has all those hotkey options. Sammy, did you survive that fallback on Econ? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, someone asked about how can I trade with your community. Guys, we are trading in bearabletraders.com. I just put the link in the chat. There is a huge educational center right there, from psychology, technology, strategies, like literally everything. There are many different monitors from the open to the close. At the open, Andrew and Brian are trading live. Then Paras comes sharing his trades and sometimes trades live. I follow at 12 p.m. Eastern. We get John trading at the break of the high of the day at 1 p.m. We get Gary later, focusing a lot on SPX. We get Peter, Mike, and I forgot who else at the close at 3 p.m. So there is always someone there. It's a really good community because it's from the open till the close. A lot of different traders, different moderators, different trading styles. You can do your own research there and pick something that suits your personality. In my opinion, it's the best. I joined Bearable Traders in 2016. I'm not trying to sell you anything because before I started working for BBT, I was a member and I was a member for like 2 or 3 years. And it's a community where I found consistency and now I'm growing within BBT. Kyle just joined us recently. He wasn't a moderator and he's definitely not trying to sell you anything. He just joined the team, but he was a member before that for a long time.
Yeah, I was a member for I think just about 3 years now, and yeah, I started with the weekly. I think the weekly is $39. You get access to the chat room. You can get into the back end. You can download all your hotkeys. There's a whole downloadable section, and just ask as many questions as you want for $39 for a week, just to get your feet wet, and you can see what it like Andrew and Brian trade live every single day. I think there's about 600 people inside the group, and we're all very like-minded individuals who want to learn to trade together, and it's a really great community. So if you guys aren't involved, make sure to at least give it a try. When did you finish boot camp? I finished boot camp. My son is 15 months old, so about 15 months ago. Honestly, and full transparency, I never paid for boot camp. I actually won it on a YouTube draw. And so I was in there with Lenny, and I've said this before, like I didn't get as much out of it as I wanted to. I got the premise of it, and I came out as a much better trader, to be honest, just based off of the back testing and categorizing your trades into cat 1, 2, and 3. That was probably my biggest takeaway. And it's definitely worth it, honestly. This is, like I say this every single day. Like if you're in a funded account and you make over $2,500, invest. Don't just take the money out and go buy yourself a new watch or something like that, right? Like invest that money back into peak capital, because that's where you'll get the biggest ROI. It'll take your trading to the next level for sure. So something to think about.
What PLTR daily chart indicates that would move higher today? It's pretty much simple. Look at this. You see this consolidation down here on PLTR from basically the whole month. And then we have a big break on the 28th of May. That could have been an indication for you. But for me, it did not meet one of my rules. If we have a long bar candlestick, normally after long bar candlestick, we have rest days. That's the main reason why I did not put it on my list today. Normally after a big run, we have resting day or choppy day, but it wasn't the case for PLTR. It did break. It continued the rally during the pre-market, which is another thing that breaks my trade book. It did pull back and then continue, for the rest of the day so far at least. So in hindsight, it was perfect, but I have no regrets that I did not put it on my list, and I wouldn't do that even next time. If we have exact same candlestick today, if it closes like this today, I'm not going to watch it on Monday, even if it keeps making moves like this. I just have a really strict rule against long bar candlesticks. If we have a move intraday that's twice the ATR or more than that, then I either trade it to the opposite direction if there is a setup, or I let it rest and I trade the day afterwards.
I'm sorry, 0.5%, 1%, 1.2. It depends on your experience level, but if you've made 2 or 3 hours in a day, if you've made 1% of your account, just stop trading or go into the simulator. If you want to continue to not just get like dopamine, like you don't want that rush necessarily. You want to execute on trades, right? Switch to a simulator if you're up 2 or 3 hours. But what I've started to implement is the bullet strategy, right? If you've won 2 or 3 trades, you got another bullet, so take another shot. If you lose that one, close it down. Then you can go into the simulator or just sit back and watch us on YouTube, right? You don't want to get greedy, because when you get greedy, you overtrade. When you overtrade, you blow up accounts, right? You start trading outside of your trade book. You start seeing things that aren't there. And all of a sudden, like if you're up 2 or 3 R, so if you're up whatever $300-400, and then you take 2 or 3 extra trades, you don't have a hard stop. All of a sudden, you've given all that $300 back, and then you've hit your max loss. So you've actually lost $500 on the day, right? So just be very careful of that, right? Don't be greedy, and that's where I've gotten in trouble in the past as well. Like, how much is enough, right? Like at an 8-hour shift, if you're working your job, say whatever, you make $25 an hour, whatever you make, right? If you've made that in 15 minutes, right? Stop trading, right? So how much do you make a day? And once you've kind of passed that goal, if your goal is to make $250 a day, when I was a general manager at a restaurant, like I'd make whatever, $300-400 a day, right? But I was there for 10 hours. I was dealing with staff. I was dealing with stress, staffing, et cetera, et cetera. But if I can make that in 15 minutes, why continue to trade? And that's where the psychology comes in of how much is enough. So have a max goal, and if you hit it, just don't trade anymore.
Exactly. That is exactly it.
Paris,
Alright,
great
guys.
job.
So
Yeah,
we
go
are
ahead.
coming
Almost
to
10
the
o'clock.
end. Yeah, I was about to say, so we are almost at 12. If you guys have any last questions, feel free to type them. Helen asks question, where can I learn more about price action? Check my book. I put a link in the chat. Complete guide to multiple time frame analysis and reading price action, 10 years worth of experience in one single book. I'm sure that you are going to enjoy it. Take it slow, guys. It's Friday. Remember, it's going to be slow. And I promise you that last question. So let's take a look at SMCI, Saraz. By the way, SMCI is amazing. It's interesting how well it recovered after this drop that we had on the 16th of March. But anyway, any last thoughts on it? I have no idea. It's really strong today. I like the pullback, hitting pre-market levels. So I would expect it to bottom around the $46 area. Expect a small bounce, but I'm not sure it's going to make it all the way back to the high of the day. So if you're going to be playing it to the long side, similar to the QCOM idea, make sure that you're going for a small spike around there. Anyway, guys, that's it for us for today. If you have any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearbultraders.com or kyle@bearbultraders.com. Have a great weekend, everyone, and we'll talk to you next week. Thank you, Kyle.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys. Even have a great weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.